that's something we might have to look into doing. Any other questions? It seems being in maintenance of fixing is very difficult. Yes, we do train a lot. Rob started doing this job about 4 years ago, and he can do most things independently now, but there's still things that he hasn't done yet. There's still things that I haven't done yet. Actually, this job, you keep learning, and I reckon pretty much every week we'll see new jobs coming in that we've never seen before. And that's part of the fun of this job as well. You have to be very creative sometimes in coming up with ways to repair things that you've never seen broken. And the 3D printer comes in handy with that as well at the moment. We can make molds, or we can print fixtures to put instruments in to hold them, or help them repair things in different ways than we've done before. So we like to keep learning that way and developing new ways of doing things. So maintenance of brass and woodwind instruments. Why should we look after and why should we maintain our instruments? A lot of people don't realize you have to actually. We often get people in with an instrument that doesn't work anymore, and they have no idea, don't understand what's happened. And then we look at the instruments and it's really worn, or it's very dirty. And then we tell people that it just needs a service, and people are very surprised to hear often that an instrument needs a service. But just like any other product, I guess, that has moving parts especially, and any other thing that you put in your mouth and blow bacteria into, it needs to be cleaned, and the moving parts need to be lubricated and make sure that everything works the way it should work. But the cleaning especially is a very important part of what we do, which is we do a lot more cleaning than I ever expected before I started doing this. Pretty much every instrument that comes in needs a clean before we do anything else to it. So we do a lot of cleaning. Cleaning is sort of what you can do at home as well, especially if you play a brass instrument. Woodwinds is a little bit easier. Brass instruments you can clean yourself, and I'll talk a bit about that later. What we see the most here is there are 3 main reasons why your instrument will stop working or not work as well as it should, or not last as long as it should. And 2 of those are very easy to prevent with just regular maintenance of your instrument. So the main thing we see, like I just talked about, is dirt. Instruments need to be cleaned to work well. If there's any dirt buildup on the inside, and I'll show you some photos later on to gross you out and try to get you to look at your own instrument. Dirt can cause blockages. It can create rotting pads, leather, for example, or skin on other pads that will just rot away and cause leaks. Pads can get sticky, valves can get sticky, and slides can stop moving. So dirt is the I would say the cause of most of the things that we fix here. Another reason to keep your instrument clean is your own health. We see many instruments that, especially the mouthpieces, can be quite dirty, and some even have mold on them, mold or dirt, bacteria, and the bacteria and the mold especially is quite bad for you. So to put a mouthpiece that looks like that in your mouth, it actually makes people sick. So another reason to look after your instrument is your own health as well. And the instrument will move if it's clean, all the parts will move better, and it'll just play better. The second reason why instruments will stop playing and will come into the workshop is lack of lubrication. An instrument with anything with moving parts, like your car needs oil, just like that, instruments, all the moving parts on an instrument also need to be lubricated. If you don't do that, they'll just wear. All the parts, the metal parts are rubbing against each other, and they wear much quicker. You get lost motion, keys start to move, or trumpet valves, for example, if you use them dry too much, they'll start to wear down and leak air, and your instrument will wear down much quicker and not play as well. And the third reason that we see instruments is probably one you can't do as much as about, but a lot of instruments come in here because they've been damaged. So there's just damage, and damage can be accidental, which you should definitely come in to see us. Don't try to fix damage yourself, which dads often like to do, but we try to keep dads away from instruments, especially if they have a garage full of tools. We've seen actually a lot of damage done by dads as well. They're natural enemy number one of instruments. Teachers come second. So accidental damage is coming. That can happen. There's nothing you can do about it. Unfortunately, it happens. Just like you break some dishes when you wash the dishes. And the other damage that can occur to instruments is wear and tear. And then that brings me back to the lubrication. Yeah, if you make sure you put grease and oil in the right spots yourself, that can prevent a lot of damage as well. Other damage that we see quite often actually is from people putting their instrument in the case and then closing the lid of the case and forgetting about the fact that they didn't lock the case. And then they pick it up and the lid opens and the instrument just flings over the floor. There was one case of that even that happened. I remember when I worked at Billy Hine in Blackburn, a customer, I think it was a saxophone. The customer brought in a saxophone for a service and they, we serviced it. They came to pick it up, picked up the instrument, put it on the counter and opened the case just to have a look at it. And then closed the case, but without locking it up properly, paid the invoice and were about to leave, picked up the case, but the saxophone just fell on the floor right in front of them. And it got damaged quite badly. Actually, they had to leave it, book it in again, and it went back in the repair queue for us to repair. But one of the very strict rules I've got in the workshop to prevent things like that is to either, when you put your instrument in your case, either leave the lid open, or if you do close the case, make sure you put at least one latch close one latch, or pull the zip. If you've got a case with the zip on it, pull the zip around the corner so that your case can't just fling open when you pick it up. It's sort of a thing you have to get used to, because I really have to teach myself to do that and remind myself all the time. But I get shivers now when I see a case sit on the bench here somewhere with the lid closed, but without the zip or the latch closed. It just makes me feel sick, even seeing it, because I've seen it happen too often. So try to teach yourself that. Just leave, if you put your instrument in, that's fine in the case without locking it up, but just leave the lid of the case open so it can't happen. And speaking of putting an instrument in the case, to prevent you, I'm always confused, a bit not 100% sure what to advise people like that. Like people ask me, can I leave my instrument sitting out on a stand when I don't play it? And there are two things that happen with that. It's great to leave it out on a stand when you're at home, because it's much easier to pick up your instrument again and have a quick play or have a practice. So it's great to see the instrument sitting there. The downside of it is that it gets dirty much quicker. And especially if you play a woodwind instrument and you don't take your mouthpiece and your reed off and dry the instrument out on the inside after you stop playing, it gets dirty much quicker, and you do run the risk of mold and dirt building up inside the mouthpiece, especially if you leave your mouthpiece and your reed connected as well. So I think it's a great idea to leave it out, because you do play more, and especially kids. Sometimes the hassle of taking it out of the instrument and putting your instrument together is too much to start practicing. But make sure that you at least take your mouthpiece off your instrument and wipe it out and take the reed off, clean it in between practice sessions. It's better for the instrument and definitely for your health as well. So,
couple of questions. Sorry, Daniel, there's a couple of questions in the chat.
Sorry, I haven't been.
That's all right.
So for young students that maybe don't practice as much, how often do you recommend oiling the valves? I'll talk a bit about that later as well, because there are different types of oil that you can use, and some last a bit longer than others. I can talk about that now, actually. So this is more specific to brass instruments, obviously. You can buy petroleum-based and synthetic oils and other lubricants as well, not just valve oil. the petroleum-based oils are a bit more old-fashioned. That's what has been around forever. You've got they're usually a bit cheaper as well. The problem with those ones, they work fine, and some instruments actually work better. But the problem with them is that they evaporate much quicker, and they also wash away. They don't stick to the valves as well as synthetic oils and other lubricants. So if you use a petroleum-based oil, like we've got Alkas, which is a very popular one, for example, or there are other cheaper ones as well. You have to usually put a bit more on it, and it also washes away quicker. So with those ones, you'd probably use that even if you don't play it very often. You'd put it on once a week at least. If you use a good synthetic oil, you can get several weeks out of oil, especially if you don't play it a lot. The more you play it, the quicker it washes away. But an instrument that's not played very much, you can, with the synthetic oil, you can probably get 2-3 weeks out of between putting new oil on. So I do recommend spending a little bit of money on the oil and buy synthetic oil. It works better with the instruments. It doesn't smell as much. A lot of the petroleum-based oils can have that petroleum smell in it, which I personally hate it when I pick up an instrument, put it on my mouth, and it smells like I'm at the fuel station filling up with gas. So I'd rather not have that smell. Yeah, so I would suggest buying synthetic oils, synthetic other lubricants. They're a bit more expensive to buy, but they last you a lot longer. What other questions are there? May I ask where your workshop is located? We are in Melbourne, in Hawthorne. In the same building, like I said before, it's Fine Music. And you can, if you're in the area, obviously you can just come past and drop your instrument off. Even at the moment, we take instruments in at the front door. We have a contactless drop off and pick up. But a lot of people send instruments in the mail as well to us, which is another option. Make sure that you pack it up properly though. Can you explain the best way to keep parts lubricated on a saxophone? I'll definitely talk a bit about that in a minute. Can you fix a valve that has had a knock? Yes, we can definitely do that. It depends a bit. Usually it's the valve casing that gets a knock, but sometimes the valve can be dropped as well. And it depends a bit on how bad it is. If the valve can be repaired, the valve casing is the easy part to repair. Usually you see a little ding on the outside of the valve casing, which stops the valve from moving up and down, but we can definitely repair that. And that's about with the questions for now. What's the best way to store an instrument that doesn't get used? Wrap it in plastic and then in the case. Play it every now and then. Instruments, it's often not easy to predict when you're not going to play for a while, but if you do know that you're going to put away an instrument for a longer period of time, I definitely recommend either cleaning it yourself if it is a brass instrument, or give it a service. Bring it to the technician and tell them that you are going to store it away for a while, and make sure that it gets cleaned. Because if there is any dirt on the instrument and you let it sit for a long time, the bacteria will still keep growing, the mold can still develop. So if you put it away clean, you've got a much better chance of it still being playable when you actually when you start using it again. And it definitely needs to be dry. Don't store your instrument under your house in humid conditions, because the case won't like it, but the instrument won't either. And you're up for a hefty repair bill and replacement of the case if you do that. So store it in a dry spot. Preferably, another issue we sometimes see is, especially with clarinets, is little larvae that get into the case and eat your pads. They're actually larvae of the carpet beetle, and we call them pad bugs, but they get into your case. Let me just show you what that looks like. Actually, I've got a photo here of that. Oh no, I can't. Jamie, can I share my screen? It says here that the host is screen sharing. Can you turn that on for me?
You can now.
Great. Yes, there we go. So here's one. That's a pad on a clarinet. And it's got they're actually little eggs on the side of the carpet beetle. And once they come out of there, they'll start eating your pad. The pad in the middle should be round, but they've eaten a whole bit of the pad away. And usually what they like to do is take a little nibble out of every pad so that the whole instrument needs to be repadded. But yeah, if they get it, that's the best thing to prevent that is to actually move your instrument every now and then, because they don't like light or movement. And then how to clean spit or water inside an oboe. So for all woodwind instruments, you can buy a pull-through, which is a cloth on a long string with a little weight on the other side. And you drop the weight into your instrument. And then it comes out the other side, you pull the string and the cloth through the instrument to remove all the moisture and water inside. If you go to YouTube, there's a page for fine music online. They've got a YouTube page and they've got heaps of videos that show things like this. How to use a pull through, how to oil trumpet valves, how to clean a trumpet. So if you've got questions like this, there might be a video there already that shows you how to do it. But the pull through is very important on all woodwind instruments. It's very important to keep them dry after you play it. You do that every time.
Sorry, Daniel.
Yep.
Can I just bring you back to an earlier question, sort of back to the valve oil lubrication topic slightly, because I'm interested in this because I use Hetman's
Yep.
oil on my oil, and sometimes I find that it leaves like a rubbery compound behind after a while. And so someone's asked, in brass instruments, are there preferred slide and valve oils which are less likely to cause gunk and other problems?
Right. Gunk is always an interesting one because people use, even different people that use the same oil, some people will complain about it and some won't. And I think it's got something to do with your body chemistry. So everyone's body chemistry is different, and what comes out of your mouth obviously depends on your own body chemistry, but also on what you eat and what you drink during the day, but especially just before you play, which I would recommend not doing anyway. So it's at some stage that what comes out of your mouth is going to react with the oil that you put on your valves. And some people body chemistry will react differently to different valve oils. So Hetman is a great oil. It's a synthetic oil. It works really well for most people, but some people it'll react with some people's gunk, yeah, or body chemistry and turn into gunk. So what I will always recommend doing is trying a different oil. Even though Hetman is a great oil, there are other oils that are just as good, but stick with the synthetic one though. But try, for example, the Yamaha. Yamaha makes a good synthetic oil. There's another brand called La Tromba. They make an oil called, that's a T2, which we actually prefer to use it a lot. But it's often, I can't tell you, it's just like with mouthpieces really. It's sort of a personal preference, what the feel, which feel you like, but also how it reacts with your own body chemistry. So I would recommend trying a different one if that happens.
Awesome, thank you. I will. I'll be in shortly.
Do you recommend the use of pad savers for saxophones? Well, here we go. For people who don't know what a pad saver is, I've got a photo of it. Pad savers are, so I just talked about keeping an instrument. This is keeping the instrument dry. This pad saver in particular is for a saxophone. It's got a slight taper to it, but you can also buy them for clarinets and other woodwind instruments. What I would recommend doing is after you play, there's condensation and other dirt inside your instrument. Ideally, you would remove all of that. It needs to be completely dry, which would prevent a breeding ground for mold and bacteria and other things to grow. And a pull through is really good for that, because you pull the cloth through the instrument and it absorbs all the moisture in there and it actually takes it out of the instrument. What the people that make these pad savers say is that you put the pad saver in the instrument and leave it in there and just put it in the case. And they say that it actually, the fibers on the outside will pull the moisture away from the pad. And I guess the moisture just goes into the pad saver itself. But the problem with that is it's still in your instrument. It's not directly on the pads or the bore maybe, but the moisture and the condensation is actually still in your instrument. So it's still a humid and moist environment where bacteria will still grow. It is good for getting some dirt. It usually just works like a brush really. So it takes some of the dirt off the inside of your instrument, which is good. The other problem, but yeah, if you use it, I would recommend not keeping it in your instrument. You can use it as a brush, put it in, pull it out, do that a few times, and make sure you use a good one, because there's some cheap knockoffs as well, which don't actually absorb moisture very well at all. But if you use this brush, don't keep it inside your instrument after you've used it, but use it like a pull through. And in that case, I think a pull through is much easier because it's easier to store, much smaller. It actually does a better job. The other problem with these with these brushes, with the pad savers, is that they often leave a lot of fluff inside your instrument and on the outside of the instrument. When you pull it out, especially the saxophone ones, because they are wider at the bottom, but when you pull it out, it has to go through a very narrow opening, and you pull it out and there's fluff going everywhere. And often those instruments, if we clean an instrument that has been used, where a pad saver has been used, there's fluff everywhere on the pads as well, which can sometimes even cause leaks. So I'm not a big fan of them, but some people use them. But I would just recommend not using them, not leaving them in the instrument. The good brand for pad saver is actually Pad Saver. Pad Saver is the brand name of the people that came out with it originally. And the fibers that they use they do actually absorb quite well. Another thing, the only thing that we use pad savers for is to oil the bore of clarinets. So I've got a pack here actually. So these are clarinet pad savers. We haven't used these ones yet. But I've got here the pad saver that we use to oil the bore of a clarinet. It's a bit dirty, but that's just because it's full of bore oil. So we just put some drops on there and push this through the clarinet a couple of times on the inside when it needs it. Don't do this too often. And that's a great way to put oil on the inside of your clarinet or oboe, the bottom joint of the oboe anyway. What's the best brand for the cloth you said about cleaning the oboe? There are quite a few different ones. I always like to recommend getting a silk cloth, especially with oboes. You can buy them made of cotton as well, but silk, the bore of an oboe is so small at the top that cotton cloths can sometimes get stuck. But silk is so thin and soft that it pulls through much better, and it also absorbs water very well. So try and look for a silk pull through. They're the best ones. How often should we pull bore oil through the clarinet? It really depends on how often you play it and what kind of climate you live in, how dry the weather is, if it's in your house, with what kind of heating you use. So it's really hard to say when. I always recommend looking on the inside of your clarinet. If the color of the wood is starting to become a little bit light brown, the outside of the clarinet usually stays the same. If the inside of the clarinet is starting to look a bit light and dry, then you can just put some oil on it. Don't put oil on the outside, only on the inside. And what it does, it protects the wood from absorbing too much water. And do you use just polishing cloths for the external flutes? Yes, you can just use a microfiber cloth to wipe any instrument down. Wipe your fingerprints off it. And that'll prevent tarnishing on flutes as well to do that. But just get any microfiber cloths or silver. Yeah, and don't use any polishing things on your flute. I've seen that a few times as well. It goes everywhere and it's really hard to get it off. I was thinking more silver polishing cloths. Yeah, it's really hard with flutes, unfortunately. I know flute players love to see their flutes really shiny. One thing you can do is get some, I don't have them, oh yeah, here. We sell these as well. It's in the wrong, it's a mirror image, but anyway, it's a silver protection strips. It's a little strip that you keep in your case, a bit of paper, specially treated paper. That sorry, I should turn my phone off. That absorbs the chemicals in the air that cause tarnishing of instruments. So keep this in your flute. You have to replace it once every 6 months. You put a new strip in. Just keep it in your case, and it prevents, well, it helps prevent tarnishing. It doesn't completely stop it, but it does slow it down a lot. And on top of that, you can, and just wiping fingerprints off it as well will help prevent tarnishing on all instruments that are silver. Getting lots of questions here. Let's look at another one. If someone is careful to brush their teeth before they play, how often or seldom do they need to clean their trumpet? Cleaning all brass instruments is something you can really do yourself. It's a bit hard on French horns because of the rotary valves, but any other brass instrument, and again, if you go to the Fine Music Online YouTube page, there's videos for most brass instruments, how to clean them. There's definitely one for trumpet and one for trombone, and if the trumpet is very similar to the like if you play tuba or euphonium, it's the same as a trumpet clean. So look at those videos if you're interested in doing it yourself. Manufacturers actually recommend taking a brass instrument apart completely and clean it and wash it in water once every 2 months. If anyone has ever read the instruction manual that comes with your instrument, which I don't think they are often taken out of the plastic bag even, but it'll say in your instruction manual, they'll say once every 2 months. I think that's probably a bit overkill, but I always recommend people doing it in the school holidays because it's an easy thing to remember and most people have some time. And once you've done it once or twice, you should be able to clean a trumpet maybe in an hour or so. It doesn't take that much time once you've done it a few times. And if you do clean your instrument regularly, you will never have to have it serviced by a professional technician. If you keep on top of the dirt buildup on the inside, you don't have to have it cleaned professionally. Obviously, bring it in when there's damage or other things go wrong with it, but if nothing else happens to it and you keep it clean, you look after your instrument. Brass instruments are quite easy. With woodwind, it's a bit harder because you can't actually put your whole instrument in a bath with soapy water, unfortunately. Actually, don't do that. I've seen that happen as well. Someone came in with a flute that they thought they gave a bath. But if you put a woodwind instrument in a bath, even if it's a plastic instrument or a brass instrument like a saxophone, the pads that are in your instrument are made of, there's a felt disc inside those pads. And that disc is either covered with leather or some skin to make the seal, but the water will just go through that seal and get into the felt, and the felt will swell up like nothing else, and the pads won't seal anymore, and they'll all have to be replaced, unfortunately, when that happens, because you can't, even if you let that dry out again, which will eventually, the felt will never go back to its original shape. It'll swell up. So don't wash your woodwind instruments, please. There are other ways. The best way to look after your woodwind instrument is to keep it as dry as possible. And speaking of which, looking after woodwind instruments. So what I've talked about that already. Make sure you dry it out every time after you play it. Wash your mouthpiece like once a month or something, or keep an eye on your mouthpiece. Just give it a wash with a bit of dishwashing liquid in cold water. And you can get little brushes as well to go through your mouthpiece, but it's just regular hygiene really to do that, and it's so easy to do that, especially your mouth, cleaning your mouth. There's no excuse in my books for not washing your mouthpiece every now and then, and we just see too often that people still don't do that either. I'll show you what can happen if you really, in the extreme cases of not washing your mouthpiece. And this, some people might want to look away for this if you don't like dirt very much. But this is obviously a picture of a mouthpiece with a reed that hasn't been taken off for a very long time. But you can see the mold on the inside there and the dirt in the mouthpiece. And these people were playing it like that. They actually put that in their mouth. And I can't believe that they didn't get sick from that. Here's another one. It's probably been sitting unused for a while, so it's all dried up, but just as bad. And this is very easy to prevent by just giving your mouthpiece a little wash with cold water and a bit of soap every now and then. And stop that again. Yes, that is disgusting. That's what I was hoping people would think. So just wash your mouthpiece. Another thing to do is just look at your instrument. Don't be afraid with brass instruments to pull a slide out and look inside the slide, see what, or if anything, what lives in there. Same with other instruments. Look through the inside of your clarinet or look into the bell of your saxophone and see if it's clean at the bottom of the bend of the saxophone. Most dirt in instruments, obviously, because most of the dirt will come out of your mouth. So the closer the part to your mouth is, the more dirty it will get. So mouthpieces are always copped the worst. And then on on brass instruments, it's usually the lead part that gets dirty, or the neck on saxophones, or the head joint on a flute, the bocal on a bassoon. It's all the parts that are close to your mouth. And after that, it's usually the lowest part or the first bow on an instrument. So the bottom bend on a saxophone, for example, or the tuning slide on a trumpet. It's exactly there where the condensation builds up and dirt also gets washed through. So those parts you should keep an eye out for. And like I said before, just have a look at it, see if it's clean or dirty. Don't be afraid to look. If you're afraid to look inside your instrument, then you probably need to clean it. Any tips for safely removing stuck brass slides would be appreciated. The best thing once they're stuck, it can get really hard. Even if you bring it into the workshop, sometimes slides are so stuck that we actually have to cut them into pieces and solder them back together again to be able to remove them. So the best way is to prevent stuck slides, which the best way to prevent them from getting stuck is just to move them every now and then. Like once, even every time you play really, or once a week, just pull your slides. Don't have to pull them out all the way, but just move all your slides a little bit. If you feel that they're dry or dirty, either give it a clean or put some new grease on it. Use some good slide grease and core grease for woodman instruments. And make sure you don't use Vaseline or lip balm or other products that are not actually made to be put on slides. A lot of people, some people swear by Vaseline, but it's actually, Vaseline over time dries out and it can become really hard and gunky and actually glue your slide in instead of lubricating it. And again, the best slide grease that I have found is a synthetic slide grease, which just doesn't dry up as much. And also the weather doesn't affect it. So temperature, a lot of grease, in Vaseline included, when it gets warm, it'll get really liquid and soft. And especially if your slide is a bit loose already anyway, it can actually start moving while you play. And synthetic slide greases, they are much more temperature stable. We use La Tromba grease here, which is a core grease, but also a slide grease. You can use it for both. And it works really well for slides that fit properly. If your slide's a bit loose already, you could try something that's a bit thicker than that. But it's a great slide grease and core grease as well that you put it on and it just stays there forever. It doesn't wear off as quickly, and it doesn't evaporate like other slide greases sometimes do. I just use a slide grease that came with my friend Sean. Yep, usually that's all right. And what is slide grease? Slide grease is, so on all brass instruments, I've got slides that you can pull in and out. I've got a trumpet here. Okay. So the slides, the tuning slide, and every valve has got a slide as well. And they need to have some grease on it to make sure that they move smoothly, but also to prevent other dirt from getting into the slides that will get them stuck. Yes, thank you, Amy, for explaining that as well. Good old axle grease would be temperature stable, I suppose. Yeah, you could use that. So just a slide. It's on a trumpet. So this is a slide that needs to move. Often these tuning slides, and especially at the moment, because no one's playing in a band, you don't need to tune up to anyone, but still just move your slide in and out every now and then to prevent it from getting stuck. I always just recommend use the product that's made to do this. A lot of people, and I have to admit that I used to do the same. I just used to get some motor oil to put, especially on the third slide when I used to play trumpet, because it makes it nice and smooth. And the third slide, you don't want slide grease on it because you need to be able to move it easily. But now just buy the stuff, just get the stuff that's made for it. It's much safer to do that. And people have been doing research and testing on these products, so they are safe for your instrument. And safe for you as well, because that's the other problem with you do put your mouth on your instrument, so you want products that are not poisonous if you ever get them in your mouth. But there are lots of other greases and oils that would make your instrument work, but it doesn't always mean it's the best product to use. How to lubricate parts of my saxophone? Yes, someone else asked a question similar to that. Let's talk about that a bit. On all woodwind instruments, parts, all the keys I held on with screws, and obviously the screws are metal and the keys are metal, and they rub on each other, so they need to be, to keep the mechanism quiet, not making it too much noise, and also to keep it lubricated so it doesn't wear quickly. It needs to have some oil and grease on it. Now, when you have your instrument serviced, your technician will take the whole thing apart and put oil and grease where it needs to be, and which is actually inside the mechanism. I've seen quite a lot of videos on YouTube of people showing you how to lubricate your instrument yourself, which there's nothing really against it, but I often question if it'll actually work. I can show you here actually. So as an example, I've got a clarinet joint here. So these people, they tell you, you just move your keys and you can see that it hinges over here. That's the hinge tube. And then there's a post there and there's a post there, and the key moves between it. So all you do is put a little drop where the hinge tube hits the post. You put a little drop of oil with your oil bottle like this, with a little needle on it. You put a little drop of oil right there and right there, and you go over your whole instrument and do the same thing. Now, that looks reasonable to do that, but the problem, show it this way. So when I actually take this key apart, sorry, I have to take these other keys off first. I'll show it on this key, that's easier. So I've got, this is a similar setup here, really. This key, it's got a post there and a post there. And there's when you move the key, this tube will rotate. So they say put a little drop of oil there, and you've lubricated that key. But if I take that key off, there's actually a very long screw inside there. So this is what we call a hinge rod. It's a very long screw that goes through the post and then into this tube and screws on the other side of the post. Just putting a tiny drop of oil on both those sides, it's not going to really hurt anything, but I don't think it's going to do anything either, because you need oil all the way, covering the whole rod and inside the whole tube. So when we take an instrument apart and put it back together, we'll actually have the key like this, put a little drop of oil inside the tube there, and then work the screw in, up and down, spread the oil in there, and the whole mechanism on the inside is lubricated. So that's one way of doing it, or one way of holding a key on an instrument. The other one, on a clarinet, we'll find a few, but I'll give you one example. On the bottom here is, see if we can show it better. So this long key here also has a post here, and it's hitting there. You could put a drop of oil there. When I take this key apart, it doesn't actually have a hinge tube or hinge rod. This point, it works with a pivot screw. So instead of the long rod, what comes out is a little screw. Can I show it? A little screw with a point on it, a pivot point that goes in the end of the key. So lubricating a screw like this with a drop of oil will probably work better because you've got a bigger chance of the oil actually getting into that point. But still, if you've got a nice instrument with a tight mechanism, I think what happens most of the time when you put that drop of oil on top of the key there, it'll run down all the way down the post onto your body. And I don't really believe that the oil actually gets where you want it to go. And what can happen actually, if you do that too often and a bit too, let me see where I can find that. I just want to show you one photo. If you do that too often, the oil will just go all over the body of your instrument. No, I can't find the photo, sorry. And the oil will actually get stuck or spread all over the instrument and attract a lot of dirt. You get dust and rubbish and it just makes your instrument very dirty and oily and slippery if you put too much on. So like I said, oiling the keys on a woodman instrument, you can do it yourself, but you have to be careful with where you put it and how much you put on. And I'm not sure if there's a lot of benefit to it, to be honest. If your technician uses a good oil, it should be enough to do it once every few years or once every year during the service when it's all apart anyway. We put the oil in the right spot. So I'm not someone who would recommend you lubricating your own instrument. Sorry, I keep saying the wrong word. So when I talk about oiling an instrument, I mean actually oiling the bore of an instrument. I should say lubricating. So lubricating the mechanism of your woodman instrument, I don't feel it has a lot of benefit, to be honest. The rule seems to be that oil ends up everywhere except where you need it. Yes, that's what happens when you don't take it apart. So the only way to really lubricate it properly is to take the whole instrument apart, which unless you're very confident and have done it before, you could get yourself into trouble there as well. So I wouldn't recommend that either. So look, if you've got a wooden instrument, a granadella instrument, keep an eye on the inside of the bore and oil the bore of your instrument if it needs to. You can do that yourself. Lubricating the key work, I don't see a benefit. I often find many flute students seem to have problems with their F key not working sealing, and I often have to send the flutes to you. Is there any quick fix for all of this? The quick fix is probably to send it to me and I'll fix it. And usually if that's the only problem, I won't even charge for things like that because it is quite an easy thing to fix. But that's because we've got the right tools and the right diagnostic tools, especially to see what is actually causing it. So I've shown you two different screws already on woodman instruments, pivot screws, like the little screw I showed you before with the point on it, called it a pivot screw that holds the key down. And then the hinge rod is another way to hold keys on a saxophone or other woodman instrument. The third kind of screw that you find on woodman instruments is called an adjustment screw. Now, adjustment screws are very easy to play with, and some instruments, especially oboes, for some reason, manufacturers seem to think it's a good idea to even give you a screwdriver to fiddle around with the adjustment screws. Adjustment screws are great that they're there, but you really need to know what you're doing if you want to start playing around with them. So on a clarinet, for example, there's one adjustment screw, which is on the key that I just took off. So it's at the top joint of the clarinet. I'm just holding the key now, but it's the A flat or G sharp key on the side. It's got a little adjustment screw at the top there, which is there to remove some lost motion in the key. Most of the time, adjustment screws are there to regulate the mechanism and to make sure that if two or more keys have to close at the same time, that they close exactly at the same time when they need to. The F key on a flute is an example of that. So we've got a flute here. I don't know if you can see all of this in mirror image as well, but it's really confusing me. So the F key is here, and you can see that when I press the F key down, 3 keys actually close at the same time. And what often happens if the F key doesn't work is that one of those keys closes before the other one, which causes the other one to stay open and leak air. So without actually explaining too much, because it'll get very technical and very complicated. But on top of these keys, you can, right next to my nail there, there's a tiny little screw, which is an adjustment screw. There's another one in there. There's one on the top here. There's another one on the top there. So flutes have definitely got more adjustment screws than clarinets. Clarinets only have 1 or 2 sometimes. Flutes will have something like 6. When you look at an oboe, you're probably talking about between 8 and 15 adjustment screws, depending on what kind of oboe it is, a professional or student. So my professional recommendation would be to stay away from those adjustment screws, unless you are sure that you know what you're doing, what happens when you turn one of those screws, and you have diagnosed the exact problem and know which screw to turn to fix that problem. Then sure, go ahead. But I often find that people say, I've tightened the screw and now my flute really doesn't work anymore. And again, it's very easy for us to fix it. So I often don't even charge for things like that. But adjustment screws can be a bit of a conundrum. On the other hand, sometimes people say, this keeps coming out, keeps unscrewing itself. Can you fix it for me? And often that doesn't happen with, sometimes that happens with adjustment screws, but most of the time they're just talking about hinge rods or pivot screws. For example, for some reason on a flute, the B flat key that you play with your thumb, there's in the side here, next to my finger, is the hinge rod that holds that key down. I'll take it out for you so you can see what actually is inside there. So you can see when you press the key, it rotates on this tube here. And if I take that screw out, it's just like the clarinet key that I showed before. It's got a long rod in it with the thread at the end. And for some reason, I think it's maybe because it's got 2 separate keys on it, on that one rod, and it's quite a short screw. For some reason on flutes, it often happens that this screw just unscrews itself and it starts sticking out like it'll look like. Oh, come on, got the shakes. It'll look like this. The screw is sticking out and it's quite sharp often as well. And it's annoying. And the more you play it, the more it unscrews itself and the key could actually fall off eventually. If you see a screw like this and you've got a small screwdriver, you can safely just screw it. Often people just screw it in with a nail, but you can't actually tighten it properly with your nail. So it'll just keep happening. So if you've got a small screwdriver, just tighten it and tighten it properly and it won't come out again. It's something you can easily do yourself. But again, if you're not sure if it's an adjustment screw or a hinge screw or a pivot screw, and you don't want to tighten it, come to us or go to your local technician, and I'm sure they'll be happy to screw it back in for you. But that's something you can easily do yourself. Just make sure that you don't actually tighten adjustment screws like I've seen before. The difference, I've been thinking about how to explain the difference between them, but adjustment screws do not hold keys to get on the instrument. So for example, the little adjustment screw here, it's sitting on top of this key and it doesn't actually hold the key on the instrument. Same with this one here. It's just a little screw that is part of the key work, but it doesn't hold the key on the instrument. Where if you look here, there's the screw that's inside a post that holds the key on the instrument. This, if I unscrew this, you'll get a little pivot screw will come out of it that holds this key on the instrument. Pivot screws and hinge rods, so the screws that hold the keys on the instrument, if they come loose, you can usually safely tighten them and it'll fix your problem. Sometimes if you over tighten the pivot screw, it can lock up your key, but just unback it up a little bit and it'll work again. So those screws you can actually tighten yourself if you want. Buy a cheap little screwdriver. What else? If there are any more questions. Do you think synthetic pads on a piccolo are inferior? Pros and cons of synthetic pads. That's a very good question. I love synthetic pads, but they do have their place. I love them on student instruments, not so much on professional, even intermediate. I'd be hesitating to use them. The advantage of synthetic pads is that they are, so traditional pads, if we just talk about skin pads or traditional piccolo pads or flute pads or clarinet pads, I'll actually show you one. So traditional pads look like this. It's a clarinet pad. And you can see the bottom of it's got the brand on it, but it's a little cardboard disc that sits at the bottom of the pad. On top of that, I'll actually cut one open. On top of the, thanks, Rob. So if I cut the skin open, you can see all the parts of the pad. It's maybe a bit hard to see on internet. I've got a light here actually. Oh, there we go. Thanks, Rob. So so there are three parts to your pad. There's the bottom part, which I showed you before. It's got the brand on it and it's just a cardboard. It's hard to see again. You can see that it's quite thick, although some thinner pads have got less thick cardboard. The cardboard makes the thickness of the pad most of the time. On top of that cardboard is a little disc, a felt disc. The felt can be different thicknesses and hardness as well. Sometimes, especially on professional instruments, the felt can be quite hard. It gives a better seal and a much firmer feel to the instrument. This one is sort of an intermediate felt. It's for, well, these ones we use on a lot of different instruments, but it's a little felt disc. And to hold those two things together, there's some bladder. We call it skin really, but it's not actually skin. I've cut it open so you can see it, but it's very thin skin type bladder that wraps around those two other parts, the felt and the cardboard. And that skin is actually made of fish, the bladder that helps a fish regulate its buoyancy. So they've got this bladder inside them that they can blow up and inflate and deflate to go up and down in the water. And it's a very thin, I can show you the skin itself. Oops, sorry about that. So the skin itself comes in big sheets, looks like this. It feels a bit plasticky, but it's actually a fish product. So it's not, pads are not vegan, but so this is what they wrap around the pad. So it's felt and this biological product. Obviously, over time they wear and have to be replaced. The advantage of synthetic pads is that they don't have all those parts. They just have sometimes they've got a cardboard bottom, but then they've got some foam on the top, and obviously that plastic foam. Here's one prepared earlier. This is a synthetic pad. Hard to see what it's made of, but it's got a little bit of cardboard at the bottom and then some foam bit on the top, which obviously doesn't wear as much as the other ones, as a traditional pad does. So the advantage of synthetic pads is that they last a lot longer. They're much easier for us to use because they're much easier to install than traditional pads. Also because they're a bit softer, so they mold. If the tonal is not completely flat or it's got a little dip in it or a little chip, usually they cover everything up anyway because they're quite soft. The felt disc, it's much, especially with hard felt, it's much more important to make sure that the tonal is completely flat, so you get a good seal. But the advantage or disadvantage of them, what I don't like about them, especially for professional players, is that they're quite soft and it doesn't feel very nice under your fingers. But having said that, again, there are some other synthetic pads, Master Series they're called, which are a lot better. Another advantage for us is that they're much easier to clean because there's no felt in them or skin, so we can just run them through the ultrasonic cleaner and they're clean. So there's pros and cons, but I don't like using them on professional instruments, but we use them on student instruments quite a lot. Yamaha puts them on there. You were asking about piccolos. I think Pearl uses synthetic pads on their student piccolos, maybe. They used to be skin, but I think now they're synthetic. The other disadvantage of them is that they don't reflect. They absorb quite a lot of the vibrations, the synthetic pads. It's like a foamy cushion. So again, for students, that doesn't matter so much, but if you're really honing in your sound as a professional player or an advanced player, I should say, you probably don't want that either. You need to have something that reflects a bit more, which might not even be skin pads. It might be that you want a cork pad, for example, which is very much reflective and can really change the sound of your instrument. Yeah, so that's sort of pros and cons of synthetic pads. Is it okay to swap through with a pull through wet with half water and half cleaning vinegar to sterilize? I have never heard of anyone do that, and I don't think I would recommend it. If you want to sterilize your instrument at the moment, especially, that's a big thing, of course. I would recommend using this product. One sec. Again, just like with the grease and oils, buy something that's made for instruments, because you can, when using chemical products, you can really hurt your instrument and yourself if you use the wrong products. But this stuff is called Steri Spray by Super Slick. It's just a spray, and it's been tested on instruments, brass and woodwind instruments. It doesn't hurt them. It's a very gentle product. There's no alcohol in it, fragrance-free, no rinse. You just spray it on your instrument and it disinfects it. We use this all the time at the moment after we've worked, or before and after we work on instruments. We sterilize them with this spray and we let them sit for a day or two as well, just to in a sort of a quarantine environment. So to make sure that it's safe for us and for us to work on it, and for people, the owner, to play on it again after we work on it. So that's a really good spray to disinfect your instrument. I don't, especially if you've got a wooden instrument, I wouldn't pull a wet swap through your instrument anyway. But even with a plastic instrument, I wouldn't recommend it, no. How do you clean and dry the last section of pipe leading to the bell of the trumpet? Just a pull through. On brass instruments, we don't actually use pull throughs. You can buy a thing called I think it's called a spitball. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's a little foam thing that you blow through your instrument, which you can use to clean out the inside of the instrument. They sort of work, but it depends what kind of dirt's inside there. The best thing is just to clean it, to wash it, actually take it apart, and give it a bath a few times a year. And for that section, the last section of your bell, of your trumpet, you can buy brushes that go in there. The bell itself, like I said before, dirt builds up mostly the closer the part is to your mouth, the more dirt will be there. In the bell itself, often we don't see much dirt there. By then, it's all being caught in the lead pipe or in the valves itself. And usually rinsing it out with a bit of soapy water will be enough, but you can get some brushes. There's some long flexible brushes that go through there. If you make sure that one side is a bit bigger than the other on that flexible brush, it'll clean out the bowl from your bell as well. Is linseed oil okay to use on a wooden clarinet? Yep, some people use that. You can just buy bore oil as well. And again, I like to use a synthetic bore oil. We use Latromba bore oil. It just lasts longer. It sits on the wood much better. It actually gets absorbed a bit as well. But linseed is all right as well for clarinets. Don't use olive oil, please, ever on any instrument. Olive oil dries up hard. It actually doesn't. It's not absorbed by wood. It sits on top of the wood. It sits. I've seen photos and videos of people putting olive oil on their valves. If you let that sit for a while, it dries up. Speaking of gluggy, that's really gluggy. And if that sits for long enough, it's almost nearly impossible to take the valve out after that. What's the difference between rotor oil and valve oil? Good question too. There are, especially when you look at the Hetman range, they've got it mapped out really well. They've got lots of different oils and greases and other oils and greases. The difference between those oils mostly is how thick they are. If you've got two parts rubbing together that with hardly any clearance between them, you need a very thin oil, because if you put a thick oil there, it'll slow down the movement a lot. And if you have two parts moving around or on top of each other, they've got a lot of movement, a lot of clearance, sorry. You need something that is a bit thicker to fill that space and actually make the mechanism more stable as well. So with a valve oil, usually people talk about a piston valve oil. A piston valve has got a very big surface that touches another surface. So, and there's not a lot of clearance in there either. So you need, and that's called the bearings. The bearing surface is the surface that actually touches and rubs on each other. With a piston valve, that's the whole piston pretty much. The whole piston moves inside the casing with not much clearance. So you need quite a thin oil there. Although there are different grades of oil for piston valves, even depending on how much clearance is in there and how old your trumpet is, how worn it is. You might want to use a thinner or a thicker one. With rotor oil, we usually talk about rotary valves. And rotary valves are very different from piston valves because they actually only have two bearing surfaces. I don't have a rotary valve here at the moment, but a rotary valve has got, although I've got some photos, so we're still going to go to photos. I'll do that soon to some grossing out photos. There'll be a piston valve there. So the two ends of the piston, rotary valve. I'm getting confused now. Here's one. So this is a trombone rotary valve, but when you look at the top, this spindle here, and if you look at a traditional rotary valve, like on a French horn, for example, there'll be something similar on the bottom as well. And these two things are called the bearing surfaces. This is where actually is the contact between the casing and the spindle here. That's where most of the friction is created. And usually there's not much surface and a little bit more clearance. So you need a slightly thicker oil for rotary valves. Where on the valve itself, that is not actually a bearing surface on a rotary valve. So on the outside here, I think you can see my cursor move, but I'm pointing at the outside of the rotor. That part we call the sealing surface. That needs to seal the air in. So usually that just happens by condensation that builds up in there. But sometimes you can put some oil on there as well if you can get to it. That's usually the hard part. I'll just quickly go through the rest of these photos as well. So this is just a rotor that we took out that's got a bit of calcification on it and it looks very dry. You can see that as well. There's no lubrication on there at all. And it gets, this buildup of dirt happens because of the dirt, obviously, but also because of the lack of lubrication. Oil can also wash away some of the dirt. Here's a nice trumpet valve. I told you we were going to gross you out. So normally there should be a stem on the top of that piston. So for non-trumpet players, the bottom part of this is the valve itself, and then on the top part, that's actually come off because it's completely rotted away. should be another stem, and that's where the little button sits on that you put your finger on. But this has just not been cleaned for way too long. A second slide of a trumpet. Brass players are disgusting. It's minty fresh, we call this. And
yes, Daniel, we agree with you.
Here we've got a photo taken of a faraway galaxy, but it's actually the inside of a trumpet lead pipe. So this is what I was talking about before. Don't be afraid to look inside your instrument. It's hard to see into your lead pipe when the instrument is together, but once you pull the tuning slide out of it on a trumpet and you hold it up against the light, you can actually look through your lead pipe quite easily and you can see what's inside there. If it looks like this, don't play it again, but have it washed, clean it first. Here's just a brush cleaning out a mouthpiece. Another one that's, yeah, you don't want that stuff inside your mouthpiece. Because remember, you put your mouth on that and it's just full of bacteria. Here we've got another rotary valve of a tuba, I think. I'm a tuba player, but I'm saying then tuba players are even more disgusting than the average brass player. This has been, I reckon this hasn't been cleaned for a very, very, very long time. And probably this person would eat just before they play or drink lots of soft drinks before they play. And that helps with the development of this other minty fresh gunk, I guess.
Someone asked earlier, Daniel, on the when you were showing the trombone rotary valve, what the green stuff was. Is that copper leaching out of the
The green stuff can be just calcification, but sometimes it's a reaction with the copper in the instrument as well. Yeah, I'll talk a little bit. I don't have much time left, but maybe we should do some questions first, actually, other questions. But another thing that I'll show you some pictures of is something called red rot. People always talk about that a lot and are nervous about it, but often don't actually know what it is. I've got some photos of that as well. Red rot is something that's really, you don't want to get that. And a lead pipe like this, I'm sure that if I look at this lead pipe on the outside, there'll be red rot all over it, because this is what causes it. Dirt on the inside. Brass is actually made of copper and zinc together. And everyone has some acid in their breath or in their mouth, and certain foods make it worse. It's just like your teeth. The enamel on your teeth will corrode away from sugars and bacteria and other things if you don't brush your teeth properly. If you leave your instrument dirty, the zinc will actually be dissolved out of the brass, and which makes the copper. And copper is a very soft metal, and it leaves the copper behind, which can then over time. Sorry, I'll show you some photos of red rot. So it leaves the copper behind, and it'll eventually rot through the copper as well. But when the zinc is removed from the brass, it leaves a very soft copper behind, and it's a process that's non-reversible. Once you've got it, you've got it. The only thing you can do is really keep it clean. Once you realize you've got red rot, make sure that it's not leaking. And keep your instrument super clean, and it won't get worse that way. Some red rot photos. Where did I have those? Here we go. So this is the inside of a piston valve, one of the ports, where you can see that it looks like rust actually, but this is what red rot is, and it can create little holes in the brass. This was a second slide that had a dent in it, but when we tried to push the dent out of it, it turned out that the red rot was so advanced that there was just copper left there, and we just pushed right through it with our dent ball. So we had to replace this slide. Here is the side of a lead pipe of I think it's probably a trumpet. But you can see here very clearly what red rot looks like and what you should look out for in your instrument, especially on the lead pipe and the tuning slides of all your brass instruments. But I have also seen it on saxophone necks. And you can recognize it by this sort of circular reddish spot with a little darker spot in the middle. Sometimes it's hard to see the difference between just a lacquer rubbing off and which you can see a bit more to the left here. I think that spot looks to me like just the lacquer's worn off. It's not red, it's not round, and it doesn't have a spot in the middle there. But some of the other spots on here, like this one as well, it's got that dark pinprick in the middle, and that's a telltale of red rot. And when you look, if you would look on the inside, at the inside of this lead pipe, you'll see lots of dirt exactly in those spots where the red rot is. On the silver instrument, it's usually a bit harder to see. If I got another photo of that, no. But the first telltale of red rot in a silver plated lead pipe is that the silver starts to bubble. It's got little bubbles on it. So here, the bottom of this photo, you can see that it's advanced a bit further already. The bubbles have come off, and you can see the brass through it. And it'll be the same as with the lacquered one, except that you can't. It's usually not a nice circle because the silver is not affected as much as the brass is. But the silver will start to bubble on the red rot, but it's usually harder to spot on a silver plated instrument than on a brass instrument. And there's another nice, this rotary valve, or a Thayer valve, has been cleaned, but it's, you can see this is made of aluminium. It's just all corroded. All right, we're getting close to the end of it. I'll just quickly look through the questions. Is there anything else? I'm going to close my eyes now, yeah. You're probably glad that you did. Other people probably thought they should have done so too. Is it normal or okay if the cleaning rod pops the crown of the end of the flute? It's not really, because that means that the cork, so we've got a flute head joint here. I don't know if you can see inside, but when you look inside at the end there, you can see a metal plate. And that metal plate will be about here. This space here is filled with a cork. It looks like a... I'm going to take this one anyway. Rob's just working on a flute, so he just push the head cork out for you so we can show what's in there. So this is actually this way around. This is inside your flute, about here. And then you can see there's a bit of threaded rod here, which is what the head crown screws onto. So that's the head crown that we just unscrewed. And you can see sticking out a rod. So that's on the inside like that. The cork is there to seal the end of your head joint. If the cork is so loose that it comes out when you put a cleaning cloth on this side and you push the whole thing out, it means that your cork's too loose and it'll be probably leaking air when you play it. And it's time to have the cork replaced. So you take it to your technician, and it's part of a service, or they can just do that. Just replace the cork as well if there's nothing else wrong with your flute. But that's a good question. If the cork comes out, it's too loose. And the other thing is that it needs to be positioned in a certain spot. It needs to be in a certain spot. You've got on your cleaning rod. At the end of your cleaning rod, there should be a little ridge there. So when you put your you can use that ridge. It tells you where the cork should be positioned. So when you put this in the end of your flute, it'll hit the cork at some stage. When you look through the tonal, which is hard to see in the video, I think, but that little mark on the stick should be right in the middle of the tonal, in the center of the tonal. If it's not, then you should move your cork in and out of it by turning the crown, obviously, and pushing it in further, or tightening it, and then it'll pull it out. But it's quite important that for the tuning of between your octaves on your instrument, it's quite important that the cork is in the right spot. And if it moves too easily, it's not going to stay there. Should we be tightening the screw on the crown or not touching it? Oh, that's what I just answered. So check if it's in the right spot, and that it doesn't move too easily, and then just screw the crown in the spot that it stays there, and don't touch it afterwards.
Last call for questions, guys. Like, need to wrap it up in the next minute or two.
Thanks very much. You're welcome, Sonia. Any tips for cleaning the end of the flute, of the head joint of a flute? My cleaning rod aren't able to clean it well. So when you talk about the end, I assume you mean the side, inside here. You can, I would use your stick, but when you get a cloth or a hanky or whatever you use, put it through loop it through, so put it through there, but then make sure you wind it over the top and turn it like that so that you get a bit of a lump on the end. And maybe, it depends on how thick your cloth is as well, but maybe fold it over a couple of times and try to get a bit of a lump at the end. This is still not, because it's the stick is, I can feel the stick really hard at the end here, but make sure that you've got a bit of a buffer on the top here, and then put it in and turn it around a few times, and that should make it work well. But you need to get a bit of a lump at the end of there to get, you're right, it's a hard spot to clean. You can, if you're careful, you can also wash the head joint a bit, but make sure that you don't get water inside there under your crown. Keep that dry. Should brass instruments ever be lacquered? They don't have to be. Some instruments are made without lacquer, and lacquer will wear off eventually. Some lacquer lasts longer than others, but it'll just from touching it, it's going to wear. Re-lacquering an instrument is quite expensive actually, and the lacquering itself is not that much, but to clean all the brass, take scratches out, take dents out, polish everything is a lot of work. So usually it's not worth it. And also because there's no instrument manufacturing industry in Australia, no brass instrument manufacturing industry, there's no company that actually does re-lacquering on instruments properly. So most of the time when that's done, there's a few people that do it, a few technicians, but it's not cheap. So yeah, I usually say, don't worry about it. I just took a look at my valves, time for clean, nothing red, but little bits of lumpy buildup. Yes, it sounds like clean. I've acquired some old brass instruments that smell really, really bad that were stored in the damn basement. I bathed them in Dettol. I put them in the sun to dry. They still stink. Somehow, a lot of the smell of those old instruments actually comes out of the case. The case, those old cases usually have felt inside them, and that it's like old things usually do smell a bit. There are some sprays that you can buy to spray inside the case. Just trying to think of the name of it. That takes smell out of felt. Febreze, yeah, that's right. There's a product called Febreze. Don't spray it on your instrument. Do not spray it on your instrument. Glen 20 is another one. Yep. Nil odor, you can try that as well. Make sure you don't put it on your instrument. Just spray the case with it and let it sit in the sun. That's a good idea too. The sun can actually, especially on a warm day, the sun can get rid of some of the smells as well. The instrument, again, it's usually, the brass itself doesn't keep those smells in it, but there'll be felts and pads and other things that can absorb smells and will smell until you actually take them out and replace them with new parts. And yet we probably time to
Daniel,
stop.
It is that time to stop, unfortunately. Thank you so much. That just adding another dimension to this masterclass series.
You're very welcome. And can I just say again, if any unanswered questions, really feel free to contact us. Go to windcraftrepair.com.au. You can find our email there, or like I said, the live chat is there as well. We'll be very happy to answer all of your questions. Excellent, Daniel. And on behalf of Skunkworks, we'd like to thank you and Windcraft for being a major supporter of this whole week, and us in general, and Fine Music. If everyone wants to
unmute and just yell at Daniel. Just
Thanks, Daniel.
Thank you.
Thanks, Daniel.
Thank you.
Well done.
Well done.
Awesome.
Everybody.
You're
Thank
very
you.
welcome. And thanks.
Thanks, Daniel.
And
Thanks,
to-
Daniel. I'll see you in Hawthorne soon.
Nice. Thanks, Don. And thanks, Skunkworks, as well, for this opportunity
Our pleasure.
this week. Well done.
Thank you.
We'll speak soon, Daniel.
We will, I'm sure. See you guys.
Take care, everyone.
Bye.
I hate talking to blank black screens with just names on them.
Yeah. I think people sometimes forget the fact that we got into this teaching thing to teach human beings.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep, and spotlight both of them. Yep.
Spotlight.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Add spotlight.
Spotlight.
Yeah, there we go.
Excellent.
So it's just put you on the screen, so you're kind of half, so we don't have to flip between screens.
Awesome.
I'm sure you guys have done, and what I will do is actually encourage people to turn their bloody videos on, because
It's back on now because we're all teachers and we need to see the bathroom and blah blah blah.
is it on?
Stop you whinging, Justin.
Okay, so it's officially running out over the internet at the moment. So
Okay.
let's watch our.
Behave.
Hello, Internet.
Okay, so you got 4 minutes. So yeah, so you can just turn yourselves off for now, and then we will get started in 4 minutes. Okay.
Lovely. Thank you.
No problem.
Pippin, do you want to go inside with Nana?
Rightio. So Masterclass Series 2021 is brought to you by Skunkworks Productions in partnership with the Band Association of New South Wales and the Victorian Bands League, in conjunction with Create New South Wales. Our principal sponsor is Windcraft Repairs, and our other sponsors are Fine Music, Yamaha, Geneva, Hal Leonard, and Besson. This session is a conversation for HSE and VCE students and teachers. And we're really pleased that our two panelists have been able to take the time out of their busy holidays, and I'm hoping you guys are having a decent holiday, to help us navigate these tricky times. So Karen Blanche, on the left of your screen, she's been working in high school music education for 22 years. Don't look a day over 30, Karen.
Thank you. That's very kind.
She has worked through HSC helping students reach their potential in both theory and practical. She's involved in several services for stage 6, including being asked to facilitate CASPA performance, which is clearly something New South Wales specific, facilitate pilot marking for the Southern Region CEO, and experiencing marking HSC, which is a high school certificate. Yes, I did it. I should know that. Goodness gracious me. And James Lefebvre, for more than 15 years, James has been sharing his passion and enthusiasm for music education with students and colleagues across the independent Catholic and state school systems around Australia. Following 7 years as Our Lady of Sion College Director of Bands and Arts Learning Leader, James now proudly serves as the Head of Music at the Victorian College of the Arts Secondary School, VCAS. In his leadership, James strives to empower, support and challenge others to live their best. And they are both here today to help us within this conversation. We're recording this and live streaming just so that other people can have the benefit of this conversation, because we really do sometimes need to just chat about things and talk things through. So over to you guys. If you can, if you've got questions, put them in the chat. I'm assuming most people are here are adults, so I don't think I need to tell people they need to behave. And maybe that you'll be asked questions. So yeah, okay, over to you guys.
Thanks so much for the introduction, Philippa. I might ask, if everybody's comfortable and you want to join in this conversation, maybe if you're happy to have your cameras on, it certainly feels much nicer to be presenting to some friendly faces as opposed to black screens with some words in there. So feel free to join us. And at this point, I'd like to acknowledge that I'm presenting from the Wurundjeri lands and pay my respects to their elders past and present, and those custodians of the land on where you are joining us from right now. So this is a relatively loose sort of thing, and Karen and I were just chatting before that, kind of like the governments of New South Wales and Victoria couldn't take more extreme kind of different approaches to how they're managing the COVID situation. That's definitely flowed into education, because we're just lamenting about the fact that, Karen, you're booked to be an assessor for the HSC performance exams, and then all of a sudden they're not having external performance exams, and that's all happening internally. And I was really intrigued to hear that most of that's already happened. Yep. Down here in south of the border, next weekend we start with externally assessed VCE exams with kids and accompanists and bands going to different schools all over the land, with lots of hand washing, I'm sure, going on. But it was just most entertaining and interesting. I guess with that in mind, we're probably not going to talk about the performance exams too much. If there's anyone in Victoria that wants to kind of ask some questions about that, I'm happy to chime in with my 2 bobs worth and whatnot. But I think it's probably best if we sort of focus a little bit more on the written paper, which is the common ground between those north of the Murray and those south, and so we'll probably centre most of our conversation around there. But as with all things of this nature, we definitely know that there's a great brains trust in the music education fraternity, and with that we definitely encourage this to be a conversation. Ask questions, but also if you've got suggestions or tips or advice, please definitely put those forward, because Karen and I have been doing what we do for a little while, but at the same time, I'm sure that there's some great experience in the room that we'd certainly love to capture. I'll just also preface just a little bit that I am on the board for the Music Education Alliance Victoria. For those in New South Wales, that's the RIVMEO equivalent. That's the coming together of education organisations to work alongside government and policymakers to try and advocate for what we're calling for is a full and nuanced return to music education, which is similar to what Rhythmio have done as well. So yeah, just with that in mind, if there are specific questions about what's happening in Victoria with the exams and specifications and those sorts of things, I'm happy to try and shed a little bit of light from what we know so far. I wanted to ask Karen, because I've got to admit, I know very little about the HSC because I've always had my hands full with trying to keep up with the VCE down here in Victoria. What's the end of year paper actually look like?
Well, the majority of students in New South Wales undertake the Music Course 1, and that is based around the concepts pitch, duration, dynamics, expressive techniques, structure, texture, and so forth. And it's actually listening to music and analysing the music in relation to those concepts and creating some sort of answer. So the question might be based around, describe what elements of pitch have been used in a piece of music, through to the more complex, why do you think a composer has used the duration, dynamics, tone color, that sort of thing, to create mood in a piece of music. So that's the one that thousands of students in New South Wales do every year. Less or so students doing Music 2, and I'm not big with Music 2. It's not a course that I've taught. So there's probably actually people on the panel who know more about Music 2 than I do. So.
And does Music 2 have like your theory and your transcription and oral component? Is that where that sits?
Yes. Music 1 is more of the oral component, whereas Music 2 has your research background, your score reading, as well as an oral component as well. So yeah, a bit more theory based, a bit more AMEB style theory, 4-part harmony writing, and so forth.
Excellent.
And what about VCE? Because I don't know.
So VCE down.
Yeah.
I'll return serve. VCE down here for music performance. It's got what we call the section A, which is like what you described, this sort of an analysis element, and so that's where. In music performance, we're looking at it very much through the things that the performer has control of. So less about the melody and the rhythm and the texture and those sorts of things, and actually more about the what we might call the expressive elements. So articulation, dynamic, tone color, those sorts of things. And that's an interesting sort of distinction that I think sometimes gets a little lost in VCE land. We start talking about the melody and the rhythm of this, which you can do, but as with everything, make sure you read the question. And the question, I guarantee, in Victoria won't be discuss the use of melody, because that's not in our study design or in our curriculum. And then after that, we're writing scales and we're listening to intervals and naming them. And here's a rhythm, write it down. And here's 4 melodies, which one did I play? And all that kind of stuff, like the real conventional, traditional, sounds like maybe Music 2 approach. And that's something that everybody's required to do. So given that the sort of analysis section seems to be a little bit more of the common ground, let's focus there. And if there's any questions along the way, just a reminder, pop them in the chat. So when you're working with your students in, let's say, I assume that tone, color, or timbre is something that you're asking the students to respond to. What sort of things are you looking for there?
We try and develop a really good word bank with the kids on descriptive language, so that they I suppose this is very much probably the only thing within the questions which is English language based, and having a good grasp on the language of description. So we're looking for individual tone colours and individual descriptive language for instruments, but then also looking for groups of instruments. So if you've got a standard string quartet, what sort of tone colour would you be looking for there? Or your combinations of groups, orchestras, bands, jazz bands, and so forth, and looking at the differences between the descriptive language with tone colour.
Do you guys get rock and roll bands in the listening response? So
Oh,
I
yeah.
assume they. Yeah, cool, good.
Yep,
Just checking.
definitely.
It's important. Yeah, excellent. And I guess for us, I'd probably be suggesting that not only do we want to be able to kind of describe the tone colors that we're hearing, the timbres that we're hearing. I always use 2 words for that, by the way. There's a little pro tip: at least 2 words to describe tone color. But we're also looking at how that tone color is created, or what affects that. So I think being able to say that the flute is aspirate, well, that's great. That's a really, really good start. But being able to explain that the flute is aspirate because it's playing in the upper register, it's soft volume, those sorts of things. So things like the register and techniques of the instrument, such as pizzicato, flutter tonguing, or sol point, or tambourine rolls, or whatever instrument it is. Even like the sustain pedal on a piano, I think affect the color of the sound. Even brass instruments, whether they're using mutes or stopping in the horns. In the rock and roll realm, if there's effects pedals and those sorts of things, or electronic sounds. And then we always try to encourage the students to consider the physical construction of the instrument. So, the difference between a glockenspiel and a xylophone, they can play in the same melody, but the difference between metal bars and wooden bars, and then let alone the mallet choice, that can really create a different colour in the sound. And that's, I think, the sort of nuance that examiners south of the border are looking for. And it's always interesting as well. Like, I think sometimes students get a little confused or struggle at times about discussing some of these things which appear to draw in different elements. Like, it's sort of weird to discuss tone color existing solely by itself, because there's other things that influence it. Like, for example, articulation, the way that an instrument is articulated, whether it's like a forceful accent, or if there's some vibrato, or maybe even something like slap tonguing, that's going to have a really significant impact on the tone color. And I find it's a little bit grey there for students about whether they're allowed to start talking about articulation in a question that refers solely to tone color. And my advice here is that that's actually a good thing to do, and I think that shows a high level of insight and detail, but you've got to make sure that you use the word tone color or timbre in your response. I think that's a really important part of it. Sometimes I think that gets a little missed.
I agree completely, James. One of the first things I say the students coming into year 11 is that none of the concepts are mutually exclusive. They all happen together and interact with each other. So if they are answering a question on tone color, for example, that they don't be afraid to step outside of that box and relate all of those other elements together, all of the other concepts together.
Yeah, so long as you're still pinning it to tone color. If that's what the question asks, it's that matter of answering the question that's asked, not the question you want to answer.
Yes.
And sometimes they're a little different. Here in Victoria, one of the things that I find as well that can be a little confusing, and I've just started with tone color because it's the first one that popped into my brain, is the sometimes there's a bit of confusion between what might be like a character word or a expressive outcome word, a mood or an atmosphere type word, versus something that's a tone color word. And like an example of this might be, you could use the word booming for tone color. I like that. That's a good word for tone color. But sometimes students will say something like, it had an intense tone color. To me, intense is like a character word, or that's an emotion word. It's an atmosphere word. Because if you went up to, and here's the test, if you're sitting in an ensemble rehearsal and you go, look, Karen, could you just play with a more intense tone color or a more intense timbre? Like if someone asked me that, I'd be like, well, I could give it a go. I'm not real sure exactly what that means, but is this what you're looking for? Whereas if somebody said, hey, could you play with a more resonant sound? Oh, yeah, I can do that. Or could you play with a more whispery sound? Yeah, I can do that. So I find that sometimes students get a little kind of lost in using character words to describe tone color. Tranquil's another one that I've seen in the past as well. The flugelhorn had a very tranquil tone color. What the hell does that actually sound like? Like, you've got to be able to describe what the sound of the instrument actually sounds like. So there's a little one as well. Did you want to add to that at all, Karen?
No, I completely on the dot. I know with Music One in New South Wales, probably less emphasis on those definitions in the meanings of the word. Where with the marking side of it, they're looking more at the general overall answer that the students has, and a holistic approach in the answer. So yes, what you're saying, I 100% agree. And if the kids can get that, because that's your upper level, that's what pushes it from your band 5 to your band 6 in New South Wales, are those little details. But as a marker, when we go in to look at those sorts of answers, we're looking at the holistic. And even if they do use a word which we would sort of go, really, what does that mean? As long as they're getting across their idea, we're pretty happy with that. But you're completely right. That, and as I said, that's what takes it from that that next level and steps it up in the answers.
Can I ask a question,
Cool.
please?
Yes. So let's have some fun. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm right in here. Karen's just started mentioning about marking, and that was one question I wanted to ask about. But obviously, I think I can see some of the people in this meeting are obviously instrumental music teachers, and a lot of us prepare the students for their practical exam rather than the written. And obviously, like for Amy B exams and other things, or performances in general, we have our mindset of what we need to do. But obviously, there's a whole heap of marking criteria for the HSC or the VCE for the prac that we wouldn't necessarily be teaching in a normal private music lesson, or or for ensemble preparation, whatever. Obviously, because this is a master series by both the Band Association New South Wales and VBL, so there's lots of community band people. So can you talk to them maybe about what sort of things you're looking for in the performances rather than the written paper as such? Anyone?
I'll let you go first, James, because yours are still coming up, whereas ours have been. So I'll let you go first.
That's right. We've still got ours. So basically, it boils down to I think what's happening in a one-to-one or a group music lesson. I think you are actually teaching, 100% of what's actually assessed in VCE, really, because the VCE performance criteria, of which are 10, they're really quite broad and are actually just assessing the student's ability to present a musical performance. And look, I can quickly run through what those 10 are, because I conveniently opened up the document in front of me, which is here. And of course, it doesn't actually have the 10 criteria in it where I thought it was, which isn't great. All right, I'm going to go find that later. It's available somewhere on the VCAR website, which is like a rabbit warren at the best of times. So, criteria 1 is, looking at complying with the task. Do you play the right pieces and the length of time and all that kind of stuff? We're also looking for things like the musicality, being able to present an informed interpretation. One of the ones that has a really great dichotomy is one of the criteria is being able to present a historically informed interpretation, and then the next criteria next to that is being able to present an original interpretation, and that's always a great one to kind of rub up against each other and go, well, you need to sound like you're playing Baroque music, but you need to do it in a fresh way, which isn't actually the intention there. Of course, the intention is that you're actually have listened broadly to a range of performances and taken the bits that you like to be able to present a historically informed interpretation, because of course music is cumulative. Everything that we're doing is building on what has been there before. So when you're in your private lessons, you're probably spending time on scales and preparing technical works and those kind of things. That's absolutely assessed, not necessarily in the performance exam. In outcome 2 for VCE, it's definitely can be part of what you're preparing there. But all of that work, of course, flows on to being able to present accurate musical performances, which is another one of the criteria. So I'm not sure if that necessarily answered your question, Justin, but Karen?
Yeah, well, ours are very, very similar marking criteria for practical work. So we look at the technical skills that are used, so the fluency and facility, intonation, articulation, as well as the stylistic understanding, the use of dynamics, expressive techniques, personal expression, as well as the expressive elements within the piece. And then the awareness of the solo player or the ensemble and the role of the player in that ensemble is also sort of an element as well. So very much on the same lines as you, James, with that side of things. So whilst, as you said, we're not specifically marking a scale and not, not looking at an Amy B style where, you know, play me a major arpeggio in thirds, whatever, in inversion, sorry. But all those elements do come through in the marking. But I think from experience as a marker, more successful performances are not necessarily the most accurate. It's the combination of all of the elements. It's being able to really show your awareness within the ensemble, even if it's a backing track. I know these days, I know Victoria hasn't got any restrictions, but last year's HSC, the kids weren't allowed to use anybody as like a band as a accompaniment. It had to be a solo or backing track. Sorry, I just got distracted with the chat. I'll come back to that in a moment. So being able to engage in that backing track and being sort of at one with the backing track, really knowing it, as well as being able to demonstrate the technical fluency and interpretation. And I think stylistic interpretation is such a strong point and element within performance. So, I mean, you could be playing a jazz piece and fall over a few of the notes, but if you've got that stylistic interpretation and you understand the improvisation of it, you know, you're so much better off.
Yeah, in VCE, there's one criteria that really focuses on accuracy. There's another one that focuses, you know, kind of on the clarity, I guess. And there's another 2 or 3 that, 4 perhaps even actually, that really focus on the performance of music. And that interpretation and the style. So yeah, I think it's similar down here. And I mean, that's why we listen to music, isn't it? To really get a buzz off that, the style and the interpretation. I think we can all think that we've attended performances, maybe they haven't been 100% accurate, and we're probably grateful that they weren't.
That's right. Yeah. I've just
you've got a question.
I've got a question there in the chat, just to sort of expand out a little bit on personal expression. So from our point of view, as when we're in there marking, we're looking for the use of expressive elements and using them in the correct way, obviously, but also in an individual sense. So making that choice of where to put your trills, making the choice of where to put the vocal inflection, and the sensitivity to the style within that expression. So the stylistic incorporation of being expressive, I suppose, is what we really look at there. And
how do you go about teaching that, Karen?
A lot of, I mean, that's a lot. I think a lot of it an innate ability to some extent. Students, particularly singers, I think pick it up a lot from what they're exposed to. Yeah, I would probably actually say exposure is a really big thing, and being able to listen to a piece of music and analyse it, being able to say why a student likes it or doesn't like it, and then being able to incorporate that into their own work, I think is a big part of it. I know with guitarists who want to put bends on every second note, and then they listen to a piece and suddenly the bends, they realise that they've been overworked and overdone, or they're going up too high and not going to the correct note, and they suddenly then pull back and go, okay, sometimes more is less, less is more. So what they're exposed to and trying to give them a broad exposure is very important.
And I think from the point of view of an instrumental teacher, that's a really significant role to actually be able to hip students to a whole gamut of recordings of the music that they're looking to recreate and interpret. And one of my favorite exercises to do with students is actually to get the music out, ideally the score, depending on how big it is, and you actually have a different colored pencil for each recording, and you listen to each of the recordings and you actually mark in what's going to happen or what the performers did. So you actually, in green, you might be marking down what Pablo Casal does on Bach's First Suite, and then you have a purple pencil, and you're going to write in what Rostropovich does, and being able to listen to these different masters and actually notate, where are they slurring? Are they playing 4 semiquavers in the bow? Are they playing 2? Where are they using rubato? Where are they using crescendo, diminuendo? Those sorts of things, and being able to do that, so the kid actually has this wonderful piece of paper that has 3 different versions of the same thing, and then they can actually choose, well, I'm going to be Rostropovich here, I'm going to be Casal here, and I'll be Yo-Yo Ma at the end, because he always does great endings. So I think that can be a really, really worthwhile task to undertake. And I think one of the things I find is, and having taught VCE music for a number of years, working closely with instrumental music teachers is really, really, really valuable. But at the same time, I'm also an instrumental teacher myself, and understand that there is just never enough time. There is just never enough time ever. So thinking that those sorts of activities, you might be thinking, oh, well, that's eating into my lesson time. That's eating into my lesson time. That's an investment of your lesson time. And you might not sit down in the lesson and listen to the recording and get them to mark it in at that point. That's a homework task. But the opportunity to engage with the instrument specialist, of which the instrumental music teacher is, I think is super, super valuable. And I think sometimes we sort of think that, we've got to get through all this, blah, 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 blah. But we sort of need to remember that when it's working properly, there's 80% of the time, maybe 90% of the time that this student is making music we're not there for. In an ideal world, maybe 95% of the time, we're not actually there. So being able to set them up for success and being able to, invest in those things where they go away and do them and checking back in a lesson, I think is really valuable.
Yeah, I agree, James, and I think there's probably not enough conversation between the classroom teacher and the instrumental tutor. I know there's been times where I've tried, sometimes fruitlessly, to get in contact with a tutor who's, one of my tutors, just to sort of say, oh, this is what we're doing in class, and it would be awesome if you could sort of follow that through in the instrumental lesson as well. I'm at a school currently where we don't have any tutors at the school, so all of the kids have their own private tutors, and that conversation
that's hard.
Is really hard when they're not there in the room next door that you can have a conversation with. So if you're an instrumental tutor, then please, I think classroom teachers would love to have interaction with you, with even just by email every now and again, touching base.
Absolutely, 100%. At the same time, like I know, you're teaching the student and you have X number of minutes that you're on the clock for, and the casual nature of it. I've certainly had instances where instrumental teachers have not been overly keen to really engage with or support that VCE or HSC equivalent. But just one thing with that I find that can be really useful is just having an information pack that you email out to all of the instrumental teachers, those that you might have on staff, but also those that have teachers outside of the school as well. Just with key assessment dates, links to what each assessment might require, and being able to get that information. Ideally, that goes out, the end of the year before. Because really, if we've got a student go through Year 12 music, we probably want them to start be thinking about it in November, the year before, and start planning programs and those sorts of things. Is there any other questions at this stage that want to direct where we're going with this thing?
I might jump in again. I've got another question. And it's more of a zoom out over and have a look at the whole, actually more the COVID situation. I know last year obviously COVID broke out in March at the end of term 1, and the year 12s, it was really disappointing and everyone was all upset. And we, you mentioned that group in Victoria. We have Rhythmio sort of formed, and all the singing teachers and the instrumental teachers and the advocacy groups all came together trying to get music back in schools, because blowing instruments was banned, and there was all sorts of kerfuffle about what to restrict and what to allow. But they got through the year. Maybe year 12 didn't even get to see their teacher. I mean, there's so much Zoom lessons and everything. And that we sort of felt really disappointed for them. But we've now gone another entire year. So in fact, all of stage 6, year 11 and 12, this year's group has done their music in this really disruptive, environment. And you may not have even seen the kid at school or heard them play, or, so I'm just wondering if you've noticed any difference in the quality of the standard of the work that they're about to present. Or I know we've done our prac in New South Wales, and you might be doing it soon in Victoria, but was there a noticeable difference in the standard because the kids have been isolated for 2 years or locked in their homes? And, or talk to that point, thanks.
In New South Wales this year, the practical element has been marked in schools by the teachers, and there has been a lot of leeway as to how schools run that and organise it. I'm in the Catholic system, and so we have tried to be a little bit more universal within our school, but the New South Wales Board of Studies have basically given principals a little bit of leeway in how they run and organise this event. So I know a lot of teachers were very keen to have their students do the proper performance, bringing closure, giving the kids a sense of achievement was really, really important, which is great. But there's also a lot of elements that were obviously disrupted because of that. So not being able to have a backing band, there were some mandates where they weren't even able to have any accompaniment at all, had to all be backing track. So this, in New South Wales, this meant that the Department of Education had to send out marking packs to all Year 12 teachers, where they were given the benchmarks of, this is what an 18 looks like, this is what a 16 looks like, and the teachers allocated the marks as they felt fit. But the teachers were also guided to make a judgment, because they know the students, on how they think they had been affected. Now, I helped a couple of friends out with some trial marking, and took a bit of time going through with them saying, well, you can see this student, if they have missed 80% of their private lessons with their teacher, these little technical errors, they wouldn't be happening. So we were able to work out, this is where they are now, but this student would have been up here had COVID not affected their studies. And on the flip side, though, there was other students where we looked at their technical difficulties and think, even with 10 times more private lessons, face-to-face with their classroom teacher and practicing every afternoon, those technical elements that they've not got, or the issues that they are presenting, they still would be there in the HSC. And so they were the ones that we didn't adjust the marks as much. But that's how New South Wales has run theirs this year, with the teacher being able to adjust those marks based on what they thought was fair. I know NESA is now talking about moderation. I'm not employed by NESA. I have no idea how NESA plan on moderating any of the marks presented by the schools. I do think last year's cohort were also moderated. And I don't think, from what I saw, I don't think any students ended up worse off. So whilst everyone sort of does panic a little bit about this idea of moderation, from what I've seen in the past, the NESA has done the best for the students, and none of the students, I believe, last year were worse off. So hopefully that will go again for this year.
I think one of the biggest factors over the last 2 years, and Justin, you raise a really good point in the fact that these year 12s have actually spent their entire year 11 and 12 in some level of affected by COVID. And it's really sad. At the same time, there are some amazing triumph stories of kids that are, like, we've got a student who lives in who had to go back to Taiwan, and they've actually been able to fully participate in the vast majority of our curriculum from Taiwan, which I think that's pretty amazing. And she's always the first one on the call and a smile on her face, and there's some really beautiful stories coming through as well. But it's I reckon it's really tough going for the kids, and I think mental health has really suffered in a lot of students, and particularly for us in lockdown number 6, we've really seen the cracks start to show. And talking to colleagues as well, you can really start to see the cracks are showing, not only for the students, but for families as well. And I'm going to put my hand up and say teachers too. Oh my goodness, this teaching online thing is hard. Anyway, interestingly though, it's been a bit of a mixed bag. Some students have been really affected. Other students have actually sounded like they've done 4 years worth of work in 6 months. And they come back and they sound incredible. Now, I don't know if that's just because I haven't heard live music in that long that I'm like, oh, live music, just give it to me. It's amazing. All of it. I'll have it all. Or if I think some students have actually really benefited from the extra time and the extra space in their, kind of in their energy, being able to spend more time on the instrument or listen to more recordings or develop in different ways. I definitely noticed there is a higher level of independence amongst the students, which is refreshing because that's not always the case. So there have been some positives for sure.
Hi, James. It's Grania here.
Hi, Grania.
Hi. I'll just pop on my... Sorry, just there we go. I've just put in the chat just about, I found particularly my older students, whether they're doing BC or not, just recording themselves with backing tracks, and often kids really only get with the piano, quite close to their exams, whether they're Amy B or anything like that. And I have found I've got as many backing tracks as I could, or got accompanists to record things, and then given them the tempo they want. As much as possible, and then they've actually gone home and looked at the piano part and listened to that, and then added in their part and sent me they would record like a page of it for me, and I would give them feedback and stuff like that. I found that incredibly beneficial, particularly for the kids who are really keen, and some of my younger ones as well. I found them to be incredibly motivated to actually have a task, while they're online. And they've got so much more time. A lot of the kids I teach are boys, and they do a lot of sport, and so suddenly they've got all this time. And I've just found that absolutely a fantastic sort of way of approaching getting them to do some tasks each week, even if it's 3 scales or 4 scales or whatever. Just technically being able to hear them better than actually when we hear them online, and maybe talking through in the lesson a little bit more, and give them a few exercises physically in the lessons, as well as I'm going off tangent here, but yeah, just the piano parts often are the hardest things to put together, and getting that ensemble sorted out. And then when they do play live, they know what's going on, and then they can have that flexibility to move the time around, particularly in pieces, by Saint-Saëns or Schumann, pieces by Stamets and a lot of the more traditional classical composers. It's much easier to put together. But anyway, that's just some thoughts. That's something that's worked really well for me.
I think that's actually been really one of the things that I've been reflecting on, probably over the last 12 months really, is what are the things you're going to keep? Like, what are the things that you're going to keep doing even when face-to-face lessons are able to start up again? What are you, and I've always used a lot of recording in my teaching. I used to have a wonderful arrangement where I was teaching 8 saxophone players all at the same time, which is really great fun. Through that, would always set a recording task each week, and the kids would come in, oh my God, I had to record this thing like 80 times before I got one that I was happy to play for the class. Like, that's brilliant, because that's probably 79 more times that you practice that you otherwise wouldn't have. So I think there's some really great use of technology coming through. And that was one thing that we were very clear on at Victorian College of the Arts Secondary School. We have a number of staff who have been teaching in the tertiary sector for a number of years. And the whole running a Zoom lesson where the sound's problematic, and particularly things like piano where you've got so many notes all happening at the same time, God knows what's actually going on in there. You can't really hear well, and no matter what settings you change, it's still really difficult. We encouraged a lot of our staff to actually provide feedback on recordings. And a large number of our staff have used that as the principal method for delivering their lessons online, as opposed to having a Zoom, traditional lesson with the issues and whatnot. And so that's actually been quite a revelation. It's also meant that even in times where we weren't in lockdown, if a teacher's going on tour with an orchestra for a couple of weeks or something, normally they wouldn't be able to have a lesson, or we would have to get a deaf teacher in. Well, in that instance, we've actually thought that the preserving that relationship with their teacher is more valuable than having a couple of weeks off, or more valuable than getting somebody else in to have a lesson in purpose. So we've actually said, hey, when you're on tour, can you run a lesson? Or get them to put a recording in and send that in and provide some feedback on that and send it back. I think the recording of accompaniments is really fantastic, and that's been super useful for students. Sometimes it worries me a little bit because whenever there's a recording, the students are learning to be reactive to what's going on, rather than one of the things that we try to assess in music performance, which is actually being able to, as a soloist, lead or develop that sense of collaboration as well. But hey, we've got to do what we've got to do in these times. And for some repertoire, it works really well. For other repertoire, as you mentioned, I probably might steer clear of and just point them in the direction of some great recordings to listen to. Just getting back to Justin's questions, I've definitely noticed that students' ensemble skills have not developed to the same level that we would expect over the last 2 years. And now that we're back rehearsing ahead of their final examination, you can just hear that. You can just see that they don't have the experience to deal with things when it goes wrong. Some students are less experienced with dealing with things when they go wrong. Some students have not developed the high-level listening, collaboration, responding to each other's skills. Some students have been a bit slack in learning their notes, and they're so freaking out about what their thing is that they're just completely shut off to everybody else. So we've definitely noticed that, despite the fact that students' individual skills on their instrument might have improved quite well because they've had more time on the instrument, when it comes to putting together an ensemble situation, I think some of that inexperience of not having been able to do it for the last couple of years probably shows up a little more. And it was interesting, Karen, what you were saying about, oh, by the way, you have my email now. When we finish, can you email me that pack that said who's an 18 and what's a 16 and 14? I need to see that. That sounds intriguing. So hook me up with that one. But I saw a UK study that suggested that in general, the students' individual teachers or the students' local teachers are far too generous. And everybody gets A+, because we all have that personal relationship with the student. And when it came to moderating in the UK, they had to drag a whole bunch of people down a lot because the teachers were overly generous, which is very, very interesting, and just something I'll touch on. Just out of interest for those people in New South Wales who may not be aware of this, and maybe some Victorians as well, the Victorian Curriculum Assessment Authority, the VCAA, have elected not to change any of the exam specifications, which means that the students still have to do exactly what they were meant to do in 2019, as if COVID didn't exist. And then they've got this process that they implement after the exams to try and level it all out and go, oh, well, COVID affected you more than this person, though, therefore you will do this and you get that, and we'll look at your other exam results and write me a statement about how COVID affected you. And I have no idea what the algorithm for calculating those adjustments to marks is going to look like. It sounds super complex, but it was nice to hear that people in New South Wales are also required to take out their crystal ball and try and predict what grade a student would have got had COVID not been a thing. That's something that we're all about to go through here in Victoria, and it's a bit of a how long's a piece of string kind of thing. And you'll excuse me if I'm a little bit what's the word, facetious about that particular process. I think it comes because I don't really understand exactly how it works. I know what we have to do, but I had no idea what sort of impact that's going to have on students' marks. So I noticed there was a little while ago, there was just a little comment. I think it came from Kathy in the chat. I love this. This is great. I find sometimes classroom teachers give vague feedback to students of just two or three sentences, leaving them and me confused. Example, you need to use more personal expression. Well, come on, Kathy, of course you need to use more personal expression. Go away and do that, would you please? It's one of the principles of feedback, isn't it? The feedback has to be specific and timely and actionable. Yeah, no, I definitely feel your pain with that, Kathy. I think sometimes, though, as well, I've been guilty of using those very broad statements when I don't know what I'm talking about. Being a classroom music teacher, I find particularly at a place like VCAS, where the students are working at such an expert level at such a young age, they probably know more about what they're doing than I do. I know how it's assessed and can provide feedback on that in a VCE kind of context. But, these kids have been playing the music of Haydn for, kind of 10 years already. I'm a saxophone player. I don't really ever play one piece of Haydn. I know I need to do more, okay. But, that's not necessarily my area of expertise. So on behalf of all music teachers who write vague statements because we don't know what we're talking about, sorry, Kathy.
We've got a question there. Maybe Kathy can field this one. This is from Marco. It's just about what you think people and we can do to keep motivated during these sorts of times. Is it kind of short-term goals, medium-term goals, long-term goals? And I think Marco is actually a student. Can you give us a thumbs up, Marco, if you're actually a student? He's actually a Year 12 student. So yeah, what would you recommend for kids to keep motivated?
I think from my perspective in the classroom, the thing that's been most valuable over the last 10, 12 weeks is actually being in contact with the kids. So when I've got a student who is struggling, maybe it's motivation, maybe it's time management, maybe it's just the work isn't detailed enough for them. They can't really work out what I'm asking them for. It's really important that the students talk to me. The ones who sit there and just let it fly by are the ones who are going to struggle when it comes to the written exam. Whereas the ones who send me that email and say, struggling this week, can't get the motivation, staying in bed till 10 a.m. in the morning, what do you want me to do? Or what can I do? And just having those conversations. I've had one student, our Zoom protocols with the Sydney Catholic Education Office is that we can't have one-on-one Zoom, so we have to have it with a parent in the room or another teacher. And so I've had a couple of senior students who we've just gotten on Zoom with and just talked, made the connections, given ideas on how to get out of bed before 10 a.m. And what sort of things that they can be looking at to keep them on track. And one of the things I was going to share with New South Wales people leading into the written exams, is an amazing website, and I have no idea who put it together.
You put it in the chat, Karen. We'll make sure we can get that out to everybody.
Yeah, I will just copy and paste that now. It has years and years of past papers, and it's all grouped nicely, and you can search for a certain type of question. So you're having troubles doing a compare and contrast question, you can search for compare and contrast answers or examples. It's got examples of good answers as well as the links to the actual tracks. It's really a life-saving resource that I use endlessly with my seniors in the classroom. As most HSC students in New South Wales would know also, if you go to the NESA website, they have all of the, I'll put this link in as well. I'll put the Music One link in because it's the most common. But yeah, they have all of these past exam papers that you can go to and have a look at, which may not really keep you up and going with motivation, but it can keep you on track with where you're going with your oral tasks and your listening, and give you some good feedback. But when it comes to motivation, I really think it's the personal connections. It's being in contact with your friends, being in contact with your teachers, and talking through any issues you have. Because that's one thing, not being in the classroom every day with your friends and your teacher, that is affected the most, I think.
Yeah, that's really, really good points there. So James, adaptability is such an important part of performing well. Students generally develop this with rehearsing and performance experience. And in these times, has anyone found ways to implicitly teach adaptability? Do you mean implicitly or explicitly? That's from Shane.
I think it comes down to experience. And I think that creating opportunities for students to risk being awesome is really, really important, and pushing the boundaries. So some kind of tangible things that I think you can do to provide experience is getting the students to play in different spaces. I used to always make students rehearse in the school gymnasium. And then rehearse in the smallest, crappiest sounding practice room that we had, playing outside and for different audiences in different arrangements with good pianos, bad pianos, all sorts of different things. One of the things my teacher used to make me do in preparation for an exam was go and put on your worst read and play your program and see how you go. And if you can survive it playing on your worst, most crappy read, then, when it comes time for the exam and you've got your best read on, you'll be fine. And learning how to deal with those different scenarios. Being able to present a performance in a range of different settings as often as possible is really valuable. I mean, at VCAS, we're lucky we have weekly performance seminars for all of our students. So by the time it comes to exam, they're just used to getting up and doing it because they just do it so often. And that's really valuable. I think sometimes that's the benefit of recording something as well, is when the red light's flashing, there's a bit more pressure on you to, get things correct as well. I think also encouraging your students, and getting back to this, that whole notion of risk being awesome, is asking them to ham it up to the point that's unmusical. Go too far. Okay, so we've got these contrasting articulation that we want to bring out. I want you to go to the unmusical level where the shorts are so ridiculously short, the accents are so ridiculously heavy. Your dynamic contrast goes from 1 to 26,000, and go too far with it. Because it's not until you go too far, I think, that you realize how far you can push. So really encouraging students to go above and beyond and outside what is maybe musical, and being able to deal with that. Play it too fast. What's it feel like when you play it too fast? Oh, wow, I really found that I rushed the semiquavers. Yeah, you're not helping yourself, mate. Slow down, spend more time with the metronome. Play it slowly. I think playing things under tempo is really, really quite valuable as well. So I think that all comes from putting yourself in a variety of situations in which to develop the experience to handle things when they go wrong.
I think in addition to that, James, when students, as New South Wales have been out of the classroom for 12 weeks, even just doing visualization exercises in exactly what you've just talked about then. Visualize yourself playing this piece of music in the school gymnasium with the whole school watching. Visualize yourself playing it in a small room with one person. That's still such a powerful tool, the visualization, and in the preparation for exams and so forth.
I used to get the principal into the last rehearsal,
Yes.
or like a program run, by the way. They may or may not be particularly astute in the realm of music, but they tend to scare the hell out of the kids anyway. And that's probably what they're going to feel when they walk into the exam room with these 2 or 3 experts. I've also had students say, I don't get nervous for the exam. I'm never going to see these people again. Whereas performing for somebody that they know is like the most terrifying thing. For me, it was exam situations. I could play in front of 10,000 people with a band that I've never sat in with before, and fine, we'll work it out. But yeah, put me in front of an assessment panel where I'm meant to be doing X, Y, Z, and it has to be done this way. That still does, I think, scare the daylights out of me.
So Karen, another thought was, how do students maximise their rehearsal time with their accompanist, given that it's actually been minimised, and some kids will only get 1 or 2 rehearsals with an in-person accompanist? Maybe you can start that discussion.
Yeah, I think coming back to that recording conversation we had is where that fits in New South Wales anyway. When we were, or we still are, in many places, we restricted to 5 kilometre travel. I had students contacting me saying, how am I going to meet with my accompanist? Was, you know what, your accompanist knows how the piece goes. Get them to make a recording for you. Then, work from the recording. When we can get together at the school, we polish things out. But for us, because there's so many problems. Kids have tried, I tried doing a Zoom lesson with my accompanist and putting it together on Zoom, but there's always that delay and so forth. So yeah, I always came back to the recording side of things. Make a recording, do the best you can with the recording. But even in New South Wales, there was allowances made in the criteria of playing a piece of music which was supposed to be with a backing of some sort, to then having it become a solo performance. There was leeway there in that marking guideline. So I know probably more disappointing for the kids not being able to play it with their jazz band and so forth, but from a marking point of view, not as drastic as what they felt it was.
Also, Karen, I was just going to say, I've just written something in there about there are lots of Eisteddfods and competitions around that have specific sections for VCE students, and
Nice.
There's been quite a few things on with the video thing that they can do, and I found that I haven't had many kids this year do VCE, but I've had them just doing grade 7 and grade 8, and they've just put, even younger kids as well, just putting in a video of themselves with the piano accompaniment there as well. So, and that's been fantastic, because they've got a performance up and they've listened to it, and no, I don't like that, so I'll do it again. And that's been a fantastic, really beneficial thing for my kids.
That's very good. Yeah.
Yep.
So
Two quick things from me on rehearsals, just really quickly. First off, have a plan. I bang my head against the wall at how many people walk into a rehearsal room with really not a clear plan on what they're going to do. Have the plan ahead of time. Be talking to the accompanist about, okay, here's the program order. This is the order that we're going to run things through. I'm pretty comfortable with this. This is going to take a bit of work in the ensemble, so let's start with that. And if we get time for, actually have a plan for your rehearsal. You wouldn't walk into a lesson without at least half an idea, at least a sticky note with 3 points written on it about what you're going to do. At least the same for your rehearsal with your accompanist, and record the rehearsal so that you can listen back to that and know what you need to look at the next rehearsal. We're really encouraging all of our students in our ensembles. We have a pretty big chamber program at VCAS to be recording your rehearsals now so that you can listen back to that and reflect and problem solve before you get there.
So that was, thanks, James. The other question is, am I muted?
No, you're good.
Sorry, it was just saying I was
Certainly not.
It's a really important thing that, like, I teach at a really low socioeconomic school, and if nothing, COVID has shown us the digital divide and how our poorer kids really are at such a disadvantage. So in both states, is there somewhere where it doesn't matter how you're placed in everything, they can get all of the resources they need, at least for the written paper? Is there somewhere that kids can go or teachers can go to lead kids to the right place?
I'm not quite sure I'm on your wavelength there, Philippa, but if you're talking about looking at past papers so that they know what they're coming up with.
Yeah, so like I think you're talking before, there was one website you said, so, and like in Victoria, is there one place that is like the fount of all knowledge, so that it doesn't matter what your school's like, even if there's 2 kids doing VC in music and the maths teacher's supervising you while he teaches whatever he's teaching, that you can go and you can be self-directed? Oh, there you go. James just put something in there as well. But is there something a little bit more organic?
That is certainly not the font of all knowledge.
No, but is there something, that's what I mean, is there something a bit more organic, James, that someone, like some altruistic person, is just put something together to help and answer questions, and those sorts of kids that don't get all the opportunities of the kids at the really good private schools?
Yeah, there is. There's a few really great resources that I'd certainly suggest. Unfortunately, I think they're all you need to access online, but maybe you can do it off a phone or whatnot. And print these days is kind of expensive. The 2 of the places that I would definitely go to is Deborah Smith Music and Deborah Smith's Facebook group. Which might not be great for kids, but maybe parents can log in or whatnot. And there's even her website has a bunch of free resources, heaps and heaps and heaps and heaps. And it's very generous of Deborah to make those available to everybody. So I think it's www.dsmusic.com. The other one is a website by Jenny Gillen called Listening Beyond Hearing. Now, she also has a Facebook page associated with it as well, and Jenny shares quite a bit of free resources, things that are particularly helpful, like sample exam responses, which is something that VCAA basically don't share. They have examiners' reports which vary in their level of usefulness. But Listening Beyond Hearing with Jenny Gillen and Deborah Smith Music have a heap of free resources. It doesn't have everything all in one place, and both of those educators really focus on the written components of VC music. So yeah, that's probably the best place to start, I think.
Do you have any suggestions, Karen, apart from what you were saying before?
I'm not aware of any. I know for teachers who want some help and support, there's some great Facebook groups out there. The Australian Music Teachers Facebook page is a great source for instrumental and classroom teachers. As for any other sort of websites, I'm not aware of any that I've come across. That's the past papers is what I primarily use there.
All right, so there's no more questions in the chat here. So should we open it up for people to have a bit of a chat about things? So Kathy, I've been looking at you. Have you got anything you'd like? Oh yes, off you go, James.
Sorry, I had just one thing that I wanted to circle back, and it's for our friend Marco. Is Marco still here?
Yeah, Marco is a Year 12 student from Dandenong, and he plays saxophone and piano. And he's a really
I knew I liked Marco.
Yeah, he's a really conscientious kid, and he works really hard.
That's good. Well, it just doesn't sound like he needs any help with motivation. However, we have definitely noticed at VCAS that motivation has waned this last term. Like Year 12 is hard enough, Term 3 is hard enough as a Year 12, and life looks pretty grim at the best of times, let alone when you don't get to go to band and jam out with your mates and hang and play basketball or whatever else you do. So here's what I've been telling my students. And it's routine is really, really important. And actually planning your time, I think, is really, really important. Taking care of yourself, getting exercise, eating well, like it's so boring, but it's so important. So taking care of yourself is really, really important. But I think also splitting up the work, just sitting down to try and do 2 hours of practice in one chunk works for some people. But at various times, I really struggle with that. So doing a little bit in the morning and then a longer session in the afternoon, I think is a really, really valuable way to keep the monotony out. And just with that, trying to spice it up and find different ways to do things, whether it's practicing on your instrument. So I had a lesson with a great saxophone player, actually, Jamie Ollers, and he had these kind of like, here are the 6 things that you need to practice every day, but under each of those 6 things, it was like, well, here's 10 different ways that you can practice that same skill. And that was great because it didn't mean that I had to do the same thing every day. Like, you need to do a certain amount of same thing every day, but you're still practicing those skills, but you're doing it in different ways that were interesting and novel. So if you're working on a particular scale or whatnot, build it up from a slow tempo with your metronome for sure, but then improvise a melody on it or play a song in that key just to get it working in a different way. So, can you play Happy Birthday in all 12 keys? If not, there's your homework, Marco. But also finding different ways to actually study for these things. And one of the things, I might send this through to you, Philippa, in order to be able to share afterwards, is I've gone through and I've actually taken every question from the last decade worth of VCE music papers and put it in one document. It's really, really helpful because it really just boils down to one question that we all get asked in VCE music in the analysis portion, which is discuss the use of whatever element they name and how it creates character. That's it. That's the whole thing. So you can take that question and go, okay, today I'm going to do tone color. And you go and you analyze tone color. Tomorrow I'm going to do another element, dynamics. And you just listen to a recording that you love, or you choose to get something. Turn on the radio. Start analysing what you hear on the radio. Classic FM particularly is going to be useful come exam time. Listening to Nova, maybe not as helpful come exam time. Perhaps that's a good thing. Discuss. Being able to do things in different ways. The other thing I find is there's a lot of research that says that you should set up at the moment, have a workspace, and that's where you do work separate from your relaxed space. I absolutely advocate for that entirely. But the other day I went and sat on my back deck and I worked on my back deck, and it was sunny. It happens in Melbourne from time to time. And I felt like a different human being. I was really happy doing the work that I was doing, just being out amongst the bird sounds and whatnot. So, you don't want to be studying in bed because bed's a place for rest. You don't want to be studying on the couch because the couch is a place for chill. But maybe there is, sitting at the other end of the dining table just to create a different perspective can sometimes be enough just to keep things a little fresh for you. And I would definitely suggest plan your time. What I find tends to happen is that the music exam is often close to the last exam in Victoria, and what happens is people kind of plan their lead up to English, and then they have to get through their maths, and then they have to get through their bio, and then their psych exam, and then I'll use whatever time I've got left for music. Music doesn't work like that. You can't cram for a music exam. It has to be a little bit often, so plan to be doing a little bit of music every day all the way through, no matter how soon your biology exam is.
There's some really good points. So I'm putting a document together with all the links. So if anyone's got links or websites, if you put them in the chat, I'll cut and paste them into a document, and then I'll make sure it gets sent out to everybody through this class email. So chuck things in the chat just so we can make sure everyone's got as much stuff on hand as possible. Did you say you had another one, James, a website? I can't remember. But if you got
they're stored on my school Google Drive, which means I don't think I can actually share them with everybody all at once. So I'll make a PDF copy and send it to you.
Yeah, that'd be great. So let's open up the panel and open up you lot and have some questions. Anything? We're in a safe space.
I'll jump in again. I just wanted to follow up on what James said, that music's not from the last exam in Victoria. For the last couple of years, the written's been the first one every year for a couple of years. It's actually the one before English because they have the oral component at the start. So they do that, and then you do your music written, and then English is in the afternoon. So that's just a little quirky difference there between New South Wales and Victoria.
That is.
And we've already done our pracs. We do them at the end of term 3. So.
Rightio. Okay. So Kathy, you've been sitting there, you know, listening intently. Have you got any comments or anything like that you'd like to say?
Not specifically, but I'm still very interested in this concept of personal expression and how one teaches that to a student. I had a particular student who got this one-line sentence, "You need to have more personal expression in your performance." And she interpreted as meaning that she needed to move her body around more as she was playing her flute. And that was a very difficult one to sort of explain and deal with. And I'm sure that's not what the teacher intended, but that's how she took it. Because when you move your body around too much when you're playing the flute, it affects the embouchure and the tone quality. So we had to sort of have some careful discussions there. But apart from that, no, I don't have any other questions.
I think
sorry, Karen.
I was going to say, because personal expression, I think, comes from so many other areas. That's why it's really hard to sort of pinpoint. So a lot of the time, personal expression could be up to the phrasing of the piece of music and just the nuance in the attack on notes or the decay on the notes, those little nuances that give it their own little touch. So yeah, for a singer, as I said, the inflection a singer would put on words would be one of the main personal elements of personal expression that I'd be looking for. But yeah, phrasing and the shape of the lines that they're playing is also personal expression. It's such a broad area to sort of pinpoint.
I guess I've always sort of thought of those things as separate concepts, not necessarily coming under an umbrella of personal expression.
Yeah.
I think the problem, one of the problematic words there is personal expression. Like,
Yes.
what does the personal bit mean? Like, there's expressive, and interestingly, I've taught some really reserved people, and their reserved existence in our world really comes through their music.
Yes.
Like, they can be very what other people might perceive as being reserved or safe or stiff even. There might not be a whole lot of verve in their music making. In a way, that's who they are as people. There's not verve when you talk to them. They're actually, so quiet and reserved, and that really shows in the music. And that can be a hard thing to break down, because that's a personality thing. That's not a music making thing.
And
that's
that
just
is
them
their
being who they
personal
are.
expression.
Well, arguably so, right?
Yes.
But I think, being able to share with them a different range of music and highlight. Sometimes you need to go down to specifics like that and go, I want you to make it sound like this person. Like, listen to that phrase, and I just want you to copy that. Okay, other people will perceive that as personal expression. I want you to copy this and do it this way and do it this way. And it's interesting because some students, you can kind of come in with that global thing and go, all right, I want you to make it dance more, or I want you to make it more raunchy. And they go, okay, vroom, and off they go. But there's a lot of people who aren't able to do that if they haven't listened broadly.
Yes.
And, I've taught students with diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder, and the way that they process things is just entirely different. I had a student that was brilliant at copying things, but if you ask them to say, can you make it sound a bit more lively, a bit more bouncy? But if you played them something bouncy, they would do it straight away. So I think that's a little different. I can see Karina's got her hand up, waiting very patiently.
Yeah, just remember to unmute myself. Thank you both so much so far. Okay, this is more about your experiences with past students. Two different systems. My daughter's in the Sydney system. She's in year 10. But I'm sure you've both had, hang on, I'll start my video or whatever. I'm sure you've both had students who were interested I mean, they were using their music, HSC music study or VCE music studies as the launch pad to auditioning for conservatoriums and then starting their music degrees. And I'm particularly interested in the crossover between interstates, between the states, in spite of COVID. For example, kids who are interested in applying to several conservatoriums armed with an HSC in music or a VCE in music. As I said, it's possibly more from the universities and how their admissions would view that, and then the audition panels, etc. But is it generally successful for kids to sort of cross states with armed with different year 12 qualifications?
Oh, can I answer that? Here's the good news and possibly the bad news, depending on who you talk to. There is no prerequisite to gain access to a music university or a music course in a university in Victoria that I'm aware of that requires you to have undertaken music studies in high school.
Oh.
It just doesn't matter.
As far as I'm aware, in New South Wales, they like you to have done music for the senior years, but the majority of the entrance is based upon your audition.
Mm-hmm.
And a 25 in English in Victoria.
Yep, and the audition in Victoria, for example, Melbourne Uni, that's pretty up there as well.
What do you mean by up there?
Oh, as a major component of an offer.
I would say it's the component.
It's yep, okay. All
So
good.
your audition and a 25 in English is pretty much what it takes.
Okay, but being from Sydney, my daughter wouldn't be getting a 25 in VCE English. She'd be getting the HSC equivalent.
That's equivalent's fine. And that's more of that's a university entrance, not a music course entrance. And so the Melbourne Uni or Monash Uni or Box Hill TAFE or whatever would be across the whatever grading equivalent for an HSC would be.
All good. Same language. Music's music.
Yes, in New South Wales, I think you brought it up the other day, and I was going to comment, but I didn't. That she was trying to do a degree in music, so she was doing music too. But often now, even at our big private schools in Sydney, the trend is to make those instrumental, the ones who want to go to the con and do BMAS performance, to do the Music 1 course, because they can get a better mark. So if you need the number to get into tertiary, you don't need the course. So so some of the big private schools in Sydney where all the good kids, they're all in year 9 or 10, they've all done their LMAS on piano, they're actually being funneled into Music 1 rather than the Music 2 course. So because it doesn't matter, you just need the results.
Does the Sydney Con look at ATAR?
I don't think. Yes,
They
you
do.
need your
They look
ATAR,
at it,
but if you can get a better result in the other course, you'll get a higher ATAR.
Yeah.
And then you do your audition. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And if you've got people on the same sort of level with an audition panel and they can't make a decision, then they go backwards and look at what they got in their HSC music and so forth. And yeah, I agree with Justin. That has been pretty much what's happened in Sydney is, there's less emphasis on music too. I've had some students who have gone on to study music. The university has asked them to do a little bit of a bridging course because they didn't do music 2, they only did music 1. But generally, kids particularly who have AMEB behind them or have private tuition behind them, even if they do music 1, it doesn't affect their entry into university. It's all on audition.
If I just may pop in here, one little exception I know from personal experience is the Con High in Sydney. They don't teach music 1, they only teach music 2 and extension.
Yes, of course, but that's the conservatorium and that's all those teachers are specialists. Yeah. That's what the Con High is set up for, to teach that course.
And to get
all the other schools, there's thousands of schools in New South Wales, the others would favour the other course. Yeah.
Yes, of course.
So do we have any other questions or anyone and concern, and even if they're dumb questions, because there's no such thing as dumb questions, because I think a lot of the time people assume other people have knowledge about things and then people are afraid to ask the questions because they think it's a dumb question. But there's no dumb questions. And things are so complicated sometimes, and things are made to be very complicated sometimes. Sometimes it's nice just for someone to say, actually, what's this? How does this work? And then have someone who actually knows what they're talking about, there's a first, actually tell you the answer. So if you've got any questions, please feel free to open up, turn on your microphone and have a chat. And if you don't, there's no more questions, maybe James and Karen can give us like their one thing that you really want kids to focus on this year. So any more questions, or we'll hand it over to James and Karen to make a comment.
I just have one little question. I was just wondering, is the course going to be the same over the next few years, or will it be changing? I've heard the BCE may be changing the next couple of years, or not? No, it is.
Massive changes.
Yeah.
Huge changes.
Yeah.
2023 VCE music is going to look really different. Music investigation is gone, which will leave us with only music performance, but music performance will be split into a at the moment it's called repertoire and contemporary. That won't be the way it stayed. It's going to be, you know, based on notation, based off notation, if you like. So basically, you know, to put it very coldly, string quartets and rock and roll bands. They're different courses. There will be overlap in the content. They're designed to be able to deliver it in the same classroom, despite the fact that their exams at the end of the year will be different and the assessment structure is different. Music Unit 1 and 2, currently there is Music Performance Unit 1 and 2 and Styles of Composition 1 and 2. There will only be one Music Unit 1 and 2 for typically taken at Year 11s, which is called General Music. And then there will be a general music course at Year 12, and Style and Composition will also have their Unit 3-4, and that general course is really catered to maybe those people who haven't come through a formal music background. So that's where you're going to have, you know, electronic artists and metal guitarists, probably a little bit more. Everybody has to engage with digital audio workstations, DAWs, which is kind of cool, a bit more technology in there. And
so much performance, is it as big a performance like the portion of, you know, how it's 50% of the mark at the moment? Is that is it going to be like a performance that they've got to do at the end of the year still, or is that going to be different?
For music performance, whether that's classic, repertoire or contemporary, there will still be a 50% music performance exam. However, I understand the current draft has reduced the time limit from 25 minutes to 20 minutes.
Wow. Okay. Well, okay, thanks for that, James. Appreciate that. Thank you.
That's okay. There's information on the VCAR website with a draft of what that looks like. However, they've received quite a bit of feedback because there are some pretty drastic changes. And my understanding is the next iteration will hopefully provide a little more clarity.
Right. Okay.
Oh, the one other thing is that you can't do solo anymore. Everybody has to play with somebody else at some stage, which is kind of cool. So your piano players and your classical guitarists have to at least do a duet with somebody. It can be a staff member, but no more are there people playing in a room by themselves, and that's their experience of VC music. They have to make music with other people.
So in that last recital, in that last 20-minute recital, they'd have to do a piece with someone else in that recital for the 20 minutes.
Cool. That's right.
Wow.
They could do the whole thing as a group. Like you could do the whole thing as a string quartet if you want. Or you could do, like, you know, 3 works as a string quartet and then something unaccompanied, or you could do something flashy, technically brilliant, and then, you know, something folky with a double bass player. Like it's actually kind of opening things up quite a bit more. One of the problems will be the crossover between, you know, you might have a saxophone player that is going to go and play, I mentioned Haydn before, so it's in my mind, but then is also wanting to demonstrate diversity and do some improvising on a blues or something like that. They're not really going to have a place where they can do both of those anymore, whereas currently they can. So it is in some way sort of narrowing the parameters.
Yeah,
that,
seems less performance.
Yeah.
So Karen,
Yeah, it'll work for some, it won't work for others.
Sorry, Karen, have you got any final words about HSC and this year, and any tips and tricks in a, you know, in a little vignette of wisdom?
I'm not sure. I mean, as our performance is already done down here, our focus is pretty much on the oral, and I think possibly with the way that our schools have been running over the past term, one of the biggest things I think students can work on for our exam is the timed response, because everything happens within a minute of a playing. So you hear a piece of music, you've got 30 seconds to write about it. Then you're going to hear it again, and you've only got a minute to write about it. And practicing those timed responses, I think, in the situation that we've been in is going to be vital for our students to do the best they can with that written exam. But I think this year, last year, you know, it's such tough times at the moment. Just get through it. Enjoy it, kick back, and you know what happens. There's, you know, it's a really unprecedented time, and I know Nessa is going to look after things as they did last year with a little bit of moderation.
Yeah,
so
exactly. You just got to kind of throw it out to the universe and just trust it's going to be okay.
Yeah.
James, have you got any final tips or tricks?
I guess it's maybe not a tip or a trick. Enjoy when you are able to make music with other people at the moment. Enjoy listening to some music. I think sometimes in our busy lives we forget to go back and sit and just enjoy listening to music. Remember that this is one thing in your life and it doesn't define you. It's a grade or an exam, and that's somebody's opinion on a particular day that goes through the mince grinder of assessment and comes out with a number. That number isn't you. That number is a thing. Sure, it might unlock some doors, but there's more than one way to get to wherever it is that you want to go. And it doesn't define you. My hope is that everybody can walk off stage after their performance or walk out of the exam room feeling, you know, kind of proud that they've done the best they could have in what is a pretty rubbish situation, and that you feel good about what it is that you have actually managed to achieve. And I guess the other thing I would say is that, you know, Year 12 is a pretty massive milestone, but I really hope everybody finds avenues to be musical after Year 12. You know, it breaks music teachers' heart when they say, "Oh, yeah, I've finished with, you know, music at the end of Year 12." Or, you know, I've never once heard anybody say, "Gee, I'm glad I quit playing clarinet." That might just be the company that I keep, but go on and make music.
Can I just say, James, there are plans afoot to fix that, but we had a bushfire and we had a bloody plague. So Skunkworks have a plan. And we can take it to Sydney too. So don't you worry. If we can get our plan off the ground, that is one big thing we are going to be addressing, is getting kids transitioning from high school into university, into the big wide world of community music. And on that note, can I thank you two for taking time out of your holidays to chat to us, I think to reassure us, and to give us the wealth of your knowledge. We're all in our silos and we're all freaking out. And it's really good to have people just chatting and telling us all the things that we need to hear, basically, and to let our kids know that they're going to be okay. And that's really the most important thing. Tonight we have a VC recital night. It's kind of, we don't know who's going to turn up. So if you've got any Year 12 students that just want to have a crack at just playing, as long as their internet's working, just one piece, they introduce it and all the rest of it. So if they just log on, God only knows, it's probably going to midnight, but we'll do whatever we need to do. So if you've got some students, get them to register for the class and turn up. And maybe we can even, let's think about moderating comments, because some people get a bit weird with comments. But anyway, so log in. Thank you all for coming. Thank you to James and Karen. And hopefully we'll keep these things going, and we're going to keep working with our community to get us through this and make sure at the other side of the plague, we do have music still going on in our communities. So thank you very much. And
Thank you for having us.
yeah, a pleasure. And yeah, have a great afternoon. And euphonium workshop is coming up later as well. Bye everyone. Thanks, James. Thanks, Karen.
Thank you. Thanks,
Bye-bye.
heaps.
Thank you. and I'm from Belgium, and I'm living in Switzerland now. Why do I live in Switzerland? Because I met my wife years ago, and then we had to decide where we're gonna live. So it was either Belgium or Switzerland. And with my job, I can travel and play from wherever. So it was a little bit easier to come and live here. But it's actually great because there's so many brass bands out here, especially in the area where I live. So there's lots to do in terms of teaching, conducting. So I play the euphonium. I teach over here in the local conservatoire, and I conduct two village bands as well. So I know a little bit of conducting if that is of interest for some people if they have got questions about this. So it's a little bit strange over Zoom, so there's a little bit less interaction between you guys, but keep in touch with the chat and then ask away.
Sorry, Glenn,
Why-
can I just jump in there for a second? I did forget to mention, guys, Glenn is happy for people to play for him. So if you'd like to play, please just put that in the chat and I'll let him know.
Yeah, thanks. And also, I will be playing some of the exercises when I'm talking about them. So you guys are muted, so I will show the exercises with the screen share thing on here. So feel free to, if you have the possibility to play along and to do the exercises. Maybe that way you've got more questions, or you want to know something particular about the exercise, and then you can ask as well. But it's you can sure play along with this. You don't just have to sit there and listen to me talking or playing. So usually there's I as a euphonium player or a brass player, we're always in a bit of a weird position. It's not very natural, especially cornet is a little bit more natural because it's symmetrical. But with the euphonium, we've got our left hand a little bit over the euphonium, and then we've got shoulder problems, so and back problems because it's quite heavy. So I usually do a little warm up for my upper body as well before I start to play. And it might be very helpful if you've got a weekend of rehearsals, or you plan to do a long practice session. It might help everything of your playing. I work on this a lot with my students as well about posture and all those things. So I'll talk a little bit more about it. So normally, if I were to do a real masterclass, we would do some upper body exercises, but I won't bother you with this now. But it's very basic. So it's just rolling your shoulders backwards, forwards, moving your upper body when your knees stay in front, just a little bit like this. This
Hi guys, I think we're all seeing the same thing here. Bear with us, and I hope, fingers crossed, he'll come back. So, anyone know any jokes? Well, there you go. Here's a shameless plug. If you want to actually hear some music in exactly 1 hour and 50 minutes time, we'll be hosting a VCE solo night, which is people zooming in and playing their repertoire for the VCE HSC recitals, which should be awesome. Give me 2 seconds. I'll just check up with Glenn, see what's happening.
I think I'm back.
Hi, Glenn. Welcome back.
I'm sorry.
No, all
Yeah,
good.
I'm. How does this work? can you see and hear me again?
Yes, we can, mate. Yep.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm in my basement, so sometimes the internet is a bit funny. So, yeah, I was saying, whilst warming up my upper body, it's also a good way of just being relaxed when you play. I also do this before concerts, before competitions. So it's very basic stuff, not very difficult, but we'll move on for this now. Afterwards, what I also do is, of course, breathing exercises. There's a lot of breathing exercises, so we can put a metronome on 60 beats per minute, and then breathe in for 4, breathe out, all those exercises that everybody does. But I recently came across a very good one, and I want to show you guys this. So I'm gonna share my screen and just put just a short fragment of the video. Let me just search for this. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Wim Hof method, but he's a Dutch guy, and he's got his own method. It's got to do with ice, going into ice baths and everything. But his breathing exercises are actually really, really good. So I'll share my screen. Yeah, so I think now you can see my screen, and this is the start. So this one I do in the morning, and it's actually very good. It takes up 11 minutes, which is not too long. We're not going to do everything now, but it's just to show you guys what it's about. And this is just some.
Hi guys, welcome.
Here we go. So what's going to happen is you can see a light over here, and he's going to breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out in a certain rhythm. And there's another video of him explaining how to breathe, which is very useful as well. But basically, what we use, how I breathe, is your throat as open as possible. So I think about yawning when I'm playing. I will show you after when I start to play as well. But here, there's no playing involved. You can do this sitting down or laying down, or whatever position is comfortable for you guys. You're gonna breathe in, breathe out. Just follow the rhythm of he's gonna talk, the guy, and there's gonna be a light on here as well, which is like a metronome. Breathe in, breathe out. There's mainly 3 sessions, and in between the sessions, we're gonna hold our stay completely empty. I think it's 1 minute, and then afterwards 1.5 minutes without breathing. So you breathe it in 30 times. So you've got so much oxygen in your body that you actually don't need the oxygen anymore. So your body doesn't need it. So why do I do this exercise? Because it's really good to get your stress level down. Also, before playing, before a concert, just lay down somewhere in the dressing room, and you do this exercise, and your heartbeat will go down. Why? Because there's no oxygen in our lungs, so our heart doesn't have to pump the oxygen through our body. So we're just gonna relax. So this is the start. I'll just show you guys quickly.
Session. Relax to the deepest. Lie down, sit down, whatever it takes. Relax. Are you ready? Here we go. Round number 1. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. Just go with the flow of the breath. In, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, into the belly, into the chest, and let go.
So what he says here is actually really important. So we go into the belly, and then afterwards into the chest. So I'll just stop this for a second. So I'm on big screen again, so I can show you guys. last time I moved my laptop I was frozen, so let's hope it's not like that anymore. So the goal is every teacher says to breathe in with, so we often do, I'll show you there, but when our lungs, they're in here, so it's important to not lift your shoulders. Yeah, every teacher is 100% does 100% agree with this. So we're not going to do and play like this because we're too stressed. But we often forget how to breathe with our lungs. So we do this and we use half of our capacity, lung capacity. So what you can do is you breathe with your stomach first, and then afterwards you think about lifting your rib cage like this. So you move your chest upwards without your shoulders, and that's quite important what he says here. So in through our belly, then our lungs or breast, and then out. And it's gonna come back when I start to play. So I'll just go back to the video.
Wave.
It's actually
Make it
really
circular.
big breaths, 100%.
Truly in and letting go. Just keep on going.
I'll show you guys one
No
round.
pause between inhalation and exhalation. Ten more. Fully in, let it go. Five more. Let's give it all we got.
As empty as possible.
Last one. Fully in
Out.
and let go. All right. 1 minute breath hold from now on. Be in this moment. Let the body do what the body is capable of doing. Be aware of your heartbeat. Slow it down and just be in this moment. Let that relaxation spread down to your toes, into your fingertips, to the base of your neck and head.
If you're gonna pass out, you can breathe in here.
You are almost there. Do you want to prolong your breath hold? Pause the video now and continue when you feel the urge to breathe. Okay, recovery breath in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Breathe in.
Take a deep breath in and hold for 15 seconds.
And we're gonna hold in when we're completely full.
Exhale in 3, 2, 1.
We're gonna breathe out.
Let it go. Round number 2.
And then it starts again straight
Back
away.
into that rhythm. Breathe.
Yeah. So then it's going to start again with another round, and it's 3. First time you breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. You're going to stay completely empty, and you can feel that your fingers and your toes, they start to tinkle a little bit because there's no oxygen in there anymore. But your mind and your brain and your body just goes into survival mode, and you actually don't need that much air. And it really gets your heart rate down, which is very good if you're stressed. So you get your heart rate down, and you stay easy. So the first time it's going to be difficult, and then afterwards you can practice. I think the second round and the third round are 2 minutes of staying completely empty. And when I first started doing this, I thought, oh, it's not going to be possible, but actually after a couple of days you get used to this, and now I can see people on social media. He's got an application on iPhone as well, and you can hold it's calculating your time. There's people that go like 3, 4, 5 minutes even without breathing, and I think it really helps our lung capacity and especially our stress. So it's a good exercise. You can watch all his videos on YouTube. He's got a lot, and he explains how to do it properly. And then afterwards he goes and does exercises, or he goes into an ice bath, and he controls everything with his breath, which is quite useful for us brass players, because breathing is and air is everything we need to communicate with our audience and to play. So it's very interesting. I just wanted to show you guys this. Now, when we're gonna start to play, of course, we're not gonna do breathing like this. So we have to hold our breath. We're gonna breathe in, and then afterwards you're gonna control the outcome of our breath. So therefore, I've got another exercise which we're gonna do a little bit later with our instrument. So we're gonna breathe in and then play, just to really control the outcome of our breath. I told you guys about yawning. Why do I yawn? Because everything is as open as possible. The goal of breathing is to get as much air in a very short space of time with as less noise as possible. Yeah. So we don't want to hear on recordings, or if you're in the audience, you don't want to hear all those swimming noises. So that's why I think about yawning. When you yawn, I think it's in the evening. It's in the morning for me, so I'm still yawning. So it's gonna become very natural. But if you yawn like this, you can feel that everything's open. Your throat is completely open, and there's almost no noise. And we also lift our rib cage a little bit, because we're gonna lift our head upwards when doing this. This is also what I do when I play. So some of you might have seen me play live or on videos, or some of you don't. I'll show you now. So I take my instrument, and when I'm going to breathe, I'm going to lift my instrument upwards to give all signs to my brain to do everything right. That's the thing. Everything we do in our warm-up, in our routine, it has to become a habit. So our brain has to say, okay, he's yawning now, everything's open. Or he's lifting up his instrument, so we're going to lift up our rib cage, and we're going to breathe stomach first and then rib cage. So everything we do now, I'm quite repetitive when I talk, but it's to get everything, to really get the message across. So what I do when I play, I do a real yawn movement with my head, with my mouth. So I always keep contact with my bottom lip, and I relax my upper lip. I lift my upper lip, and I breathe like this. I often get questions of people that see me play, why does he do this? It's just, again, a signal to my brain to say, he's yawning, everything's open. And another advantage of this is, where do we feel it when we get tired? It's our top lip, because often there's too much pressure. Even though we say don't push, there's going to be pressure, especially when whilst playing concerts or competitions, because there's a little bit more stress, so we go and push a little bit more. So with doing this kind of breathing, my upper lip relaxes, and I get less tired. So it has got a couple of advantages. Rather, if you breathe like this, there are people that it's convenient for some people, and people do this. They keep the top lip, so they do the opposite. They keep the top lip on the mouthpiece, and they go. It's possible too, because the movement is the same. Your jaw is open. You're gonna yawn, so your throat is gonna be completely open. But personally, I'm not a fan, because you keep the contact there, and everything. You keep the pressure, so you will keep you will be more tired. You get more tired of doing this. So therefore, I always breathe like this, just to tell you why I do this. And maybe you can try this at home and see if it's convenient for you guys as well, or try it in a band rehearsal sometimes. And I think you'll notice that everything's going to be very open. Another way to open your throat is you take your mouthpiece, you put it the other way around in your mouth, and you breathe like this. The aperture there is quite open, so our throat is going to be open as well. So think about this when you start to play, to get this as open as possible. Yeah. So that's about it for breathing. I'll come back to the breathing when we've warmed up a little bit. These are a little tips and tricks from what I do breathing wise. Now, after my breathing, when my breathing is fine, I feel fine, my upper body is great. What are we gonna do then? Just without playing still? Well, it took half an hour now, but normally it takes like 5 minutes to do all of this because I'm not talking in between. Yeah, so don't worry, you don't have to take an hour and a half to do this whole routine normally. But I'm gonna breathe in again. We want to create a habit, so we're gonna think about yawning. We're gonna make the yawn movement. When I'm gonna breathe out, I just let very loose my lips, like this. We want to get as much blood going through our lips as possible to really start to feel all the little muscles and put some inject them with blood. Gonna do like this. Okay. When everything's quite loose, what I'm doing then is I'm gonna breathe in. I'm not using my tongue yet at the start of my warm-up. I don't use my tongue. Why? There's only one reason. I feel when we use our tongue to attack, we're gonna close everything. What we want is a nice sound. That's what every brass player wants. So therefore, we need aperture. If these are my lips, we can't play like that because it's gonna sound very small. We want it quite big. And the contact with the mouthpiece is going to make the vibrations and not the actual lips on each other. So therefore, I don't use my tongue. I'm just going to breathe out and tighten my muscles like this. Like this, yeah? So I keep a certain amount of opening there, not to do this, yeah? Now I'm gonna breathe in and try to hold this as long as possible to really control the breath, control the airflow, and also control the muscles. So what we're gonna do, what you want is to bite a little bit with your mouth corners. These have to be very strong in order to play quite flexible. I'll show you guys more in a little bit. But so you're gonna breathe in. Like this. Yeah. I do this a couple of times. And it's not important when you start to vibrate, or there's no certain rule. I'm gonna blow out and then the sound has to come out. It's just whenever your muscles are starting to vibrate. And afterwards, when I get this right, I join both exercises together. So we're gonna start with, I call it the horse or the this, and we're going into the other one with a glissando. So therefore, our jaw and our chin is very important that it stays straight to get our support really on our bottom lip afterwards when we do it on our mouthpiece. It's important not to have a glissando on. No, we have to have a glissando. It's important not to have a break in between like this. Try and get it as smooth as possible. So you go. Yeah, it's quite difficult in the beginning, but I'm sure you will get used to it, and especially when using the mouth corners, strengthening them, it's going to be easier to make the transition between both of them. And then afterwards we're going to do the same on our mouthpiece. So there's lots of theories about should we play on our mouthpiece or not. I've seen a video on YouTube by Christian Lindbergh, a famous great trombone player, conductor, and composer. And he says he never does anything on his mouthpiece because he feels like I said before, we're going to close everything to get this buzz. I don't think I find it very useful to do it, because I actually think that sometimes, especially as euphonium players or tuba or brass players with sax horns like cornet, flugel, we try and open the sound too much, and then it goes like very woolly, big sound, but not very detailed or centered. So this actually helps us to center the sound, and all you have to know and realize is that the way we play on our mouthpiece is just to train. It's a good way to train our muscles as well. So we don't play the same way. So if I do this, I still have a quite big opening there because you can hear a lot of air. I don't know how it comes across through the microphone, but you can hear a lot of air in the sound. So it's not really a buzz, a small zzz. As long as you give a lot of air and you hear and you keep your pressure on your bottom lip, it's fine because you can hear the air coming through the sound. And it's the air that's going to produce our actual sound afterwards, or that's going to transpose the sound in the instrument. So long story short, sorry, we're gonna do. I always take my mouthpiece with 2 fingers, so I can see. I tell this to my students, so I can see what's happening there. So you can see in front of a mirror what's happening here. What you want is, again, bottom lip support, so your chin is straight, like if you whistle. When you whistle, you've got the exact good embouchure, the perfect embouchure. And then if you whistle and you put it on your mouth, then you see that your chin is straight down. So you can really, we can push on our bottom lip. It's strong and it doesn't stop the vibrations. So I'll demonstrate. So you go. Very strong. If we do the same on the top lip, it just stops the vibrations. That's why I talk about bottom lip support. So we put our mouthpiece nice on our bottom lip, and we keep our mouth corners to the front, like you would whistle, but with a buzzing sound. So again, we're going to breathe in and try and hold this as long as possible. So you go. Yeah, try and hold it as long as possible, just as an exercise to get the airflow going. Afterwards, we can also control that we don't push on our top lip. So we lift or we take off the mouthpiece from our top lip, but we keep the support on our bottom lip, like this. If you stay on the same sound, same pitch, it means that you're quite strong. If we take it off and we go down, it means that we have to muscle up a little bit more on our mouth corners. It shows even better when we go up. So we do a glissando upwards. And on the top note we can lift. Just be careful by doing this that there's no tension in our neck. Sometimes we see this, yeah? It's important that when we start to go a little bit higher, that we really think about, I always compare this with spaghetti, yeah? So everybody loves spaghetti, and you take a spaghetti out of your belly button as far as possible. So you keep pushing right on your belly button to keep the pressure there and not in your neck. So if we do this and you think about this, we're going to do this again if you've got your mouthpiece, and you think about the spaghetti out of your belly button. So there's no tension there. And when we go down, we think the opposite. So you lift your mouthpiece a little bit downwards because the airflow actually goes down. I'll talk about airflow in a second. So you go. By doing this, you move your jaw forward. I don't know if you can see it, but I move my jaw a little bit forward to keep the tension or the pressure on my bottom lip. So I'll show you from profile. By doing these few adjustments with my jaw, I'm starting to talk and think about the direction of the air. So when we went up, I do like this. Why? Because the air has to go downwards into the mouthpiece. If we stay up, we never go up. And our tongue, the inside of our mouth, is actually more important than we think. People don't talk about it often enough. I find it's only a couple of years ago that somebody talked about the actual interior, and it helped me a lot. Our tongue, if you whistle, you've got the right position. We whistle different pitches and you can feel the tongue change. The back of our tongue goes up a little bit when we go up. Or when you sing, it goes up as well. This is to give the direction of the air. So when we do the same, when we play, the airflow goes down. So it always goes the opposite direction. When we go up, airflow goes down. When we go down, the airflow goes up. So our tongue gets lower on the inside of our mouth. And the airflow goes up. I'll demonstrate this as well whilst playing for flexibility exercises. So you go. This is a good example of how the airflow goes, and the pressure of our lip and our jaw movement. Everything we did on our mouthpiece before is the same for those sounds. We'll do an easier one in a second, but so that's for our mouthpiece. afterwards we also can, so I still didn't use my tongue for my mouthpiece, yeah, and I'm not going to use my tongue when I do my low notes or my long tones on my instrument either. It's going to be the same principle. So you're going to breathe in, start to give air, and start to see where the vibrations start. So you can hear air coming through the instrument first, and then I engage my lips, and then the vibration starts. So what I do afterwards, that's it, I think, for a mouthpiece. I might come back to it a little bit later if needed, or if I want to explain something more. But that's a little short routine which normally takes 2-3 minutes to do on our mouthpiece, to really get everything going about air, vibrations, the feel of the mouthpiece on our lips, and then we can go on to the instrument. So let's try this. So I'll explain again. So you're going to breathe in, think about yawning. I hammer on this because it's really important to be relaxed when you breathe in. And we're going to see where the sound starts, and it's going to be a very, very open sound when you start like this. You're going to do a crescendo and then diminuendo, and we're going to fade out again, not closing the lips, but just stopping with air again like this. And then there's air again, so we don't shut down the sound or our lips. I do this chromatically upwards, so I'll start again on C and then I go to C sharp. Things like this. It's also a relaxation exercise again, because we just enjoy taking air in, breathing out, and listening to a nice sound. So it's quite it's like a little therapy, playing long notes, I find. I don't do them every day, so my warm-up changes every day. I've got a couple of routines which I rotate. Why do I do this? To not fall into bad habits, and to stay focused when I'm doing this. So my training is going to be transmitted to a habit, like I said before. So if by doing the same thing every day again, we get it's like work. You do the same if you were to work in a factory, and for example, you have to twist. I know it's all machinery, but in the past you have to twist caps on bottles every day. You get really tired of it, and you do it without your brain. So it's really important that we keep our brain whilst doing our routine. So there's no bad habits or bad or false things that fall into our routine. So keep very focused. So I'll show you guys another of my long tone exercise, which I wrote during the first lockdown in March 2 years ago now, almost. So warm up. So can you see the PDF?
At the moment, we have your folder view.
All right. I'll do this again. Yeah, I think. Can you see the PDF now?
That's good. Thank you.
Great. Yeah. So it's a little. You start on G. Now we're going to start with our tongue. So what's going to happen with our tongue? I'll stop this just to explain what's going to happen with our tongue when we attack. So I talked about not attacking at first, but now we're going to attack to get more precision on here. Our tongue is behind our top lip, and we put some pressure on there. The air is behind the tongue, also with a little bit of pressure, and we're going to think of releasing the air rather than attacking. We're going to think about releasing the tongue. Da, and you already say before starting. Da, da. Just release it. So that's how you're going to attack now. So I'll go back to the exercise. Here we are. So we go down with help of our valves. For the E, we go C, and then we've got the fifth. Po, e, o, with the lip slur. It's quite easy and very relaxed as well. So start with tongue. The valve is going to help us with the direction of the air. So if I do the second one, because we push more valves in, we need more air because the instrument is going to be longer. Yeah, it's like, or if you play the trombone, when you use your slide, your instrument is a lot longer, so you need more air, and it's even more important because you blow straight into the slide, don't you? So we need more air. It's going to help us afterwards to get the slur right with lots of air. Then we go to F. I see some people with instruments. Again, feel free to play along. Yeah. So this is the first one. Another possibility for this exercise is the next one I've written, and it's exactly the same, but we're gonna put semiquavers at the back. Why do we put semiquavers at the back? To keep the airflow, and during these semiquavers we try and not stop the air. So it's not. I'm going to do two examples. The first one is the wrong one. I stop the air and it's going to be too short. Da, 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 da. The goal is to think crescendo till the last note. That's why I've got the slur for the first semiquaver. P, da, 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 to give air over the beat. So we go. And so on. So it's the exact same exercise, but with semiquavers at the back. Da, 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 to keep the airflow. So the slur over to this first semiquaver of the group is to continue the airflow. So these are a couple of my warm-up, first warm-up exercises. So it's going to be the first few notes that I play on a day. Of course, afterwards I'll start with some with some more advanced stuff. But it's really important to set your sound, the sound you want. So you're going to think about your position, jaw forward, straight, bottom lip support, yawning when we breathe, and a nice sound. You're going to listen for the nicest sound possible, but with some core in it anyway. So if you find that the sound is too big, try again on your mouthpiece. Do it like this, and then you go back to your instrument and you go, and you'll see that it's a lot more centered. so might be a second day, and then a third day I might do another one, which I'm gonna show you again. Where's this? This. It's a trumpet method. And how I do this is I first play it on my mouthpiece, so I've got the intonation right. Mouthpiece practice is good for intonation, because if you're right there, you're most likely to do it well on the instrument as well. So we go from G, I take just to control the first note. I go. Then what I do then is something new. I incorporate a flutter in my practice. So don't worry, the microphone isn't dead. It's normal. So I flutter. I roll my tongue behind my upper teeth to get this exercise. Why do I do this? Because there's so much more air that goes through the instrument whilst doing this. And then afterwards, as a third exercise, I play it normal as written. And you will feel you've got a lot more projection in your sound. Your sound will carry on a lot further. And I like these exercises because they go quite gentle. They go up. So the first one is till A, then the second one goes. Then we go up again till D, E. Then what I like to do is the one with the octave G. Same principle, so it's a lot longer, so we have to control our breath even more. Let's try maybe the first one for people that want to. Always control the intonation, first note. Breathe in by yawning. I didn't do my breathing exercise yet today, so I didn't get right at the end, but try and get till the back end of the exercise. Again, think about your tongue position. So we go D-I-E. When we play the G, our tongue is up and a little bit to the front, and our pressure goes off of our top lip. Yeah. Now we flutter. And then normal. What I forgot to say is we're going to do the opposite than written. So we start strong, and I always do a diminuendo up, just to work on the flexibility and not on pushing through. And then again crescendo downwards, so the opposite as written. Why? To make the jaw movement downwards as well. So and then the last note is quite open as well. I think this is the last exercise I've got on the PDF, but you can make it up and you can go even higher. So it goes. You make it up. Is this exercise too high for your for what you want to do to warm up? I don't think so, because we've already done some lip exercises. So you start with the horse like this, then so our lips are warmed up. It's just getting the contact right. When we start with the Chikovich, la da 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 dum, then of course we go down da 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 dum, ba da 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 dum. So we've done some long notes, and then afterwards you build up quite steady. but in maybe 15 minutes you've already touched the high G, which is quite, and you will feel it won't have taken a lot of effort. So you play with less effort, you're already warmed up quite nice over the whole range, and you've worked on your airflow. So these are a couple of exercises that I do to start. Yeah. Then afterwards, what do I do? I've talked about breathing. We'll do a breathing exercise afterwards. Breathing, position there, airflow, tongue position. So now we're going to do a little bit more of tongue position and coordination, so that really that we're very focused, that our fingers, our tongue move on at the same time, and then afterwards the airflow keeps continuing. So I've written another one, which is this, I think. Yeah, there's two, but I'll show you this one. So scales are very important too. To not go too high, I've written half the scale, down again, and then we go up with the arpeggio to do the octave. So you start slow, and also practice because you will keep track of your improvement, so it motivates well as well. So maybe you start this on 60 beats per minute, the next day you go 72. Your routine, not as the same exercise then, but it's very good for your to keep track of things, so you stay motivated and you see the progression you make yourself. So keep the airflow, so don't play short. I compare this, I've already said this maybe, but I often compare this with, you open up your water tap in the kitchen, that's your airflow, and then with your finger you go through the water, but the actual water keeps flowing. It's the same. So we give air, the air keeps coming out, and our tongue is the same principle as our finger. It just interferes with it, but it's never going to stop. So when you play this too short, you will stop your airflow. So think long. Also, diminuendo up, crescendo down. Same for the arpeggio. Then I forgot to write down an E flat there, but it should be E flat. This is one, and then the other one is actually even better for your coordination. This is just for staccato. This is for coordination. We go down half a tone, up through two tones, half a tone, and then the arpeggio. So slowly it makes, and I've written down correctly how I want them, the crescendo, diminuendo. So it goes. It's a very good exercise, and then afterwards you go quicker. Let's take another one, maybe B flat. So it's you can make up exercises yourself, maybe even something that you've seen in a band piece or a solo that you're practicing, a little lick that's quite difficult, and you transpose it all the time. So you're working on and you're inventing your own exercises, which is always very good because you're again more aware of everything you're doing, which is quite important. So that's for articulation or coordination. What I do in my routine after my warm up. So very often they ask me how long do you warm up, and it's a question I can't really answer because your warm up and your routine. When do you draw the line between warm up and routine? I think maybe warm up are the long tones, and your breathing and your body exercise and your mind, that you're calm and relaxed when you play, that you're very aware of everything what you're doing. And then afterwards, when you start to go into more technical bits, it might be your routine. Do you need your routine before playing a band practice? Some people do, some people don't. I don't think so. If you do your routine and it's really well in your head and you're really used to it, then your warm up, you can have your warm up and go to your band practice or your piano rehearsal for a competition or whatever you want. I think it's really important to do your warm up all the time, and then afterwards your routine is to get better. But you don't need, or you shouldn't need your routine to go to your band practice, to be warmed up for your band practice, if that makes sense. So, but it's a very thin line, warm up routine. But I think now we're already in the routine. You just have to draw the line for yourself and be aware of that line. So, when I was a student, I played a lot because I had a lot more time than now. And my warm up and my routine, it was all very vague. So I would go into college and practice in the morning for 2-3 hours. And did I play pieces then? No, I just did exercises. And then afterwards, if I had a concert on a weekend, on a Saturday, I felt like I needed maybe the whole routine, so the 2-hour practice before the concert, just so everything feels fresh. But I think I lost a lot of time there. I think if you're more aware of what you're doing, how you're warming up and everything, I think you don't need it, and you're warmed up quicker. And sometimes we have those days that you don't need it because everything feels good. I often have this when I went for a run, because my breathing is so open after running. I take a shower and then I start to play, and everything's open, so I actually don't need that much of a warm up because everything feels comfortable, because you're playing a lot on air, which is very good. So yeah, warm up routine, thin line. Just it's maybe a something to think about and something to draw a line for yourself, and try and try some stuff out, some new stuff out, and then you can see whatever works best for you. What I do afterwards in my routine is I go into urban practice or flexibility practice, or high range. I haven't talked about high range yet, so let's talk about it a little bit now before we go to the Q&A, or if people want to play something for me, don't forget there's a possibility for this, so you don't have to listen to me talking all the time. So high range, it's the same as I talked about before. What's really important is that there's no pressure on our top lip and our direction of the air. So what I find a very good exercise is just to go high with arpeggios or flexible. So I usually start on F sharp. Why? Because if I start on C, it just takes a lot of time, and F sharp is that range which is quite comfortable and we're not pushing yet. So I do it over a couple of octaves. So you go diminuendo as soft as possible, and then I do a crescendo. I breathe in, a strong attack, and then a massive diminuendo. And it's the diminuendo that gets us the strength to keep the same pitch, not push. It needs air support from a stomach and these mouth corners. And then I go down again. Then I go up with the same note and I add half a tone. There's no pressure. Strong. Diminuendo. Then I go down with the next arpeggio. I take this arpeggio up and I add half a tone. So let's now do maybe C, because it's less comfortable. C, and I go to E, C sharp. We can incorporate the other exercise which we did on our mouthpiece to control that we don't push. So when we're on a high note and when we're going to do the diminuendo, I'm going to take off the mouthpiece from my top lip. I keep the pressure on my bottom lip, like this. There we go. Crescendo, strong. You see, so I lift up like this to keep the control there and stay on the same note and prove that we're not pushing. If we were in real, I could show you guys with putting my euphonium on a table and I would play this exercise. And you will see that my euphonium I don't push my euphonium on a table. Normally, if I were to push, I push away my euphonium. And by thinking about this, the euphonium doesn't move. It just stays there, and it means that we play high without any pressure or without pushing. So that's very important. So that's how I practice my high range, and it usually comes after practicing some technical bits in my routine. I've got a little paper with some topics I wanted to say. So before we go into the Q&A, this is a bit the routine I do, but now I want to talk to you about preparation. So preparation goes together with stress. We're musicians, we get on stage, especially now. It's I did a concert over the summer or your winter, and it was the first time in a year and a half that I was on stage again. So it's quite scary. So when you guys get back to it, be really prepared in what you're going to do. But we get in a position again that we're not used to, so we get stressed. What happens when we get stressed? It's getting very hot. We're starting to sweat more. We have to breathe more. Our breathing gets a little bit higher. So a good exercise is just to do a breathing exercise again and get your breathing very low. You can also breathe through your nose. So our breathing is lower when we breathe through our nose. Just to think about everything what we've done in our warm-up to get the habits back again. So breathing is a very good trick to get rid of stress. But the most important is preparation, I think. When do we get in a position of stress? When we're not prepared. How do we prepare? I know most of my pieces from memory, because maybe I don't always play from memory. I will have the music there, but some conductors, they make so many gestures that they push our music stand over, or they hit it, or we play an outdoor concert and there's some wind and you lose you use the wind blows away your sheet music. So I'm trying to read now. Wait, I know. Yeah, and so by knowing it from memory, you don't have to think about it. So you know everything, and your brain and your fingers, they know what they have to do as well. So a technical passage, if you know it from memory, while sometimes when we read it, we're too slow. Da 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 da. Oh, it's already gone, and I wasn't watching everything. You don't have to watch everything. You can just go, oh, that's this lick. I'm gonna play it. Bam. We got more flexibility to look at the conductor when we're prepared, when we know it from memory, because some conductors do different things on stage than in the band room. So you're really with them. But if we know it really well, also the mouth position, inside mouth position for certain intervals, do do bim. If it's so pushed in our brain that you have to do this, that it becomes a habit. When you see your music, you come to that passage, you're going to do it. Your brain is going to do it even without thinking about it. So preparation and by knowing that your brain is going to do this, it takes out a lot of stress. And I once followed like a little course about stress, and it was a psychologist that talked about it. He worked with sportsmen, and the most interesting thing that he said, and what I thought was very useful, was to accept your stress. And why do I say this? Because he started off with saying, "It's ridiculous. You shouldn't have any stress. It's stress is crazy. Why do you have stress?" So it was a bit strange, but of course we do have stress. And he said, the only thing he said was like, "I've got stress. My hand is shaking," rather than saying stop, stop, stop. If you think stop, your brain is still going to do it. It's like you talk to your kids, they're screaming. You say don't scream. The thing they hear is scream, scream. So they're gonna, or don't run. Of course they're gonna run because they like to do things that they don't. We're exactly the same. So I've got stress, my hand is shaking, and instead of saying stop, it just says, "Oh, my hand shakes." Be aware of what's happening. My hand shakes, and then it stops because you know that it's shaking. You don't think about it anymore. Okay, it shakes, and it stops. That was quite a funny thing he said, but I think it really helps. So yeah, just be aware of this. Are there any questions? Do you have any advice on achieving good vibrato? That's actually a good question. I didn't talk about vibrato, and I'm a euphonium player. Not talking about vibrato. That's a bit strange. So good point there. Vibrato is something we have to add to make the music more interesting. So it's not something that's there all the time. So how do you get a good vibrato? You first have to look at your music to see where we can add vibrato and in which way. So I might get an example open, so I'll go back. I get a slow melody. I've got a folder somewhere with slow melodies. Where is it? If I go to Dropbox. Yeah. So what should we play? No, that's not a good example. This one I like. Yeah, it's even written in because I use this for a student. So first of all, vibrato needs a lot of air. What we do, I'll stop this just to show you. When we start to play vibrato, we go. You have to keep pushing the air. Often what happens is we play and we stop the airflow to start shaking. You have to keep the air support because the note has to go. I'll write this down so you can see this rather than so I've written down 2 examples. Yeah. The second one is the incorrect way, because you will go that's exaggerated what happens when you don't give air. The airflow should go like the first one, so the air stays the same everywhere and we don't go pow wow whoa 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 whoa. We want the note to shake like this. There's different ways of doing vibrato. Head vibrato, I use it sometimes on certain notes. Difficult to show, it comes naturally. With your jaw, like this, and in the same time your tongue goes a little bit. I like to combine both of them. Sometimes we use fast vibrato, sometimes we use slow vibrato, and then I can show this on this music. So it's written down even. So why did I say look at your music to say where you're going to use vibrato and where not? On highlights you can use vibrato straight away on the notes. In a build-up we're going to start straight and then add a little bit vibrato. So this G is a build-up and this B flat is a highlight. So we're going to do vibrato straight away. So it's going to sound a little bit like this. See, even on that line on 9, I use vibrato sometimes and sometimes not at all. Often right before a highlight, so on that F, I've marked a tenuto because there's no vibrato, so the impact on the B is a lot more. So that's, yeah, the use of vibrato is really important. Some people would use a metronome and try and get your vibrato in rhythm. It's dangerous to get in the first habit of this, to get to this one, because wow, 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 we're thinking about the rhythm. It should come naturally and gets really with lots of airflow. Yeah, I think that's yeah, a good example of vibrato there. Also, listen to string players. They or singers. They don't use singers use vibrato maybe a lot, but some string players, the really good string players, they play straight and then vibrato, or straight they add and then a lot of vibrato. So a very good example of this I find is Jascha Heifetz playing the Korngold Concerto. It's you can hear where he wants to add vibrato, where he keeps the notes straight. Sometimes, yeah, we're too afraid of keeping notes straight sometimes, but then the vibrato has got more impact. Are there any more questions? Because I keep talking, but you can maybe it's a good time now. We've got 10 minutes left or something to do some interaction. Or is there anybody that wants to play?
You can talk all you like, Glenn. It's it's been awesome. Here we go. Here's another question. There you go. My student Julian Eckerman is keen to play. Des, bring him on.
Perfect.
Hi. Okay. Do I just start?
Yeah, you can go ahead. I'll mute myself so you've got the whole platform for yourself, and then I'll stop you. What are you going to play for us?
It's called Motto Perpetuo.
Yeah, cool.
Okay.
Okay, I'll stop you there for a moment because otherwise I'll forget. So when you go, you've got this lyrical passage. You play very nice, and then afterwards you go back in. What's this? Do you know what it is? No, it's the horn concerto for French horn concerto from Mozart. It looks, it sounds a little bit like this. There you were stopping the air, so you go. I don't know the notes, but keep the air. So can you just play this for us? And when you go down, give more air. Think crescendo. Yeah. Okay. Are you using double tonguing or triple or single?
Single.
Single. Yeah. So just keep more air. Can you do this without your instrument, just like I do now? Yeah, so even there you go and you cut off the air after every four. So what is important when you've got semiquavers like this, instead of thinking 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4, oh, it's 3, is it? 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. You think 1 1 2 3 1 2 3, and you change the 3 on the first one, so your 1 becomes a 3, if that makes sense. So it's gonna be less 1 2 3 da 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 1 1 2 3 1 2 3, and it's gonna flow more like a molto perpetuo. So accentuate a little bit the second note. Can you just do the first 2 beats? Da, 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 da. Yes, right. 1 1 2 3 1 2 3. Okay, good. And you go on a little bit slower. Yeah, da, 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 da. But think 1 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Yeah. So it's a lot clearer. It's a lot clearer. It's better. Now go to the slow passage. Can you play the slow passage again? You've got some intervals. Ba-do-dee-dee-da-dum. Just play that for me. Okay, good. So to get it a little bit more fluent, emphasize on the low notes. So you go. Something like that. Do, do, low notes always, and it counts for every piece. Low notes always need more attention. Do, do, and we relax when we go up, so it sounds easy. Yeah. Go from there again. Yeah, so it's smoother, and then keep the tempo. Good. There was one, a few bars where you slowed down. It was some arpeggios. Can you go back to them? Okay, do them slow. You're gonna exaggerate the crescendos. So you go. What's the first one? Okay, good. And think about your jaw movement. Tongue goes down and your airflow goes up. So the sound is quite big at the bottom. Try again. Okay, now go quicker. Yeah, so slow practice and exaggerating the dynamics is key to get it fluent. So when we go down crescendo, when we go up diminuendo, and really exaggerate, so it's like almost double piano, double forte difference, because when we go faster, our dynamics do a little bit like this. So if we're already there when we go slow, then it's going to be the same and it's not going to be fluent. So really exaggerate, and then you will get it right. But it's very good. One thing I forgot to mention is about posture. So I see that you're very much to the front. You go looking for your instrument. It's the instrument that comes to us. Yeah. So you're back straight, and you hold your instrument a lot with your left arm, and it comes to us. You stay straight, and then our hand just on the fingertips on the valves, and it's very flexible there. Not too far, like this. Yeah, just on those little cushions that you've got, and you press them down, and there's no tension in our right arm at all, so our valves work well. Something like that. You go again on that one, and think about moving your wrist just slightly outwards. Yeah, so you're in a natural hand position. Yeah, so it's easier to do it this way. Let's move on from where you stopped at the end. Yeah, good. Very good. That's very good. Ti da da ti da da ti da dum. Start again from the second note. Ti da da ti da da ti da da ti da dum. So you keep the airflow. Yeah. Yeah, good. Very good. Nice sound at the top as well. Bravo. Well done. Good. Have you got any questions?
No.
No? Yeah, good. Well done. So, yeah, guys, slow is the key. Slow, exaggerate, da 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 dee da 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 dee da da dum, and then position and airflow. Just keep thinking about those things. But it's excellent, great stuff.
Glenn, it is time to wrap it up. Unfortunately, I certainly don't want to. I've enjoyed this class immensely. Thank you so much. On behalf of Skunkworks, the Victorian Bands League Association, and the New South Wales Band Association, we can't thank you enough. And special thanks to Geneva Instruments for bringing this to us tonight. In tradition, can everyone just unmute and yell at Glenn? Just yell at him. Go, do it.
Thanks, Glenn.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Glenn. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Pleasure. Thanks, Jamie, for organizing this, and hope to see you guys in Rio.
Thank
Hope
you.
to come out to Australia again very soon.
Just wonderful. Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
And VCE solo recital in half an hour if you're interested. Thank you and good night. Thank you again, Glenn.
You're welcome. Thank you.